microphone a little bit and moved it a bit further away from my mouth so that you hopefully don't hear me breathing so freaking loud. I don't know. This is just a test. We'll see how it is in a little bit. So I did some testing, but then decided to get on with this video. So we ended the last video where we docked 2 craft around the Mun, and that was bad. We refueled the actual Mun lander for the base, and we had a module to rescue Kerbals from the orbit of the Mun and of the Kerbin. So that is what we're going to be doing, is extending the base and rescuing Kerbals. I have more time this video, so I might actually, because I've been wanting to actually play this for a while when I got off work, but I just didn't, because I said my next video is going to be this Saturday. So yeah, there's that. But what I'm going to be doing is landing the base extension on the Mun, and then we are going to rescue some Kerbals. And that is our plan. Oh man, so we're going to load into the Kerbal Space Center. And we gotta go to our, whatchamacallit. So we're back here, 784,470 Kerbal dollars. And next week's Saturday video might not be coming out on Saturday because, well, I might be gone. Going up to the good old Canada. And I'll be there for a little bit. And if weather permits, I should be back. But if weather makes it so my plane can't come back in time, then I'm not coming back on time. That's just the way it is. Oh man, hopefully when I hear this, I'm not hearing my breathing, which I know you had heard that one, but that was just straight from the nose. That's me actually trying to push out of the nose. Hopefully you don't hear my breathing constantly. You can hear my voice pretty clearly. That's hopefully how I have the controller itself set up. So anyway, here we are. We're back here. We have our, right here is our lander, and this is our refueler. Yeah, so this right here is our entire lander module with the one big old engine there, or the 5 engines there. And this right here is going to be our returner. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to decouple, because that's what I want. I don't want these things docked anymore. They should swap apart. Oh, I didn't realize they even had fuel in there. So let's go ahead and transfer all of our fuel. All our fuel's already in there. Alright. So now what I'm going to do now with this, swap this to a retrograde. And now I'm going to swap to this craft and get it set away from this craft. Here, and then we are going to turn on our sing ships. That's what we want to do. We have 2 Kerbals, I believe, in orbit of the Mun. I guess not. How many Kerbals do we have in orbit that we're looking for? How many of them are in the Mun, or how many of them are on Kerb? Alright, let's see. It's been a couple days since I played this, so you know. It is what it is. So we got 1, 2, 3 on Kerbin. And 1 around the Mun and 1 around Minmus. Okay. So we do have 5. We're going to set his target here. Nope. going to set that as a target. We're going to go to our apparatus is set to a height of 14,000 meters, and theirs is 13,000. So as long as our periapsis is less than 13,000, which it is, so 11,000. Let's go ahead and turn SAS on with this one and point prograde. Let's get away from this craft. And let's see now. Hold on, I still have this right here. So are these empty right now? Empty. Has a little bit. Oh yeah, that's right. I've emptied everything except for that. So what I'm gonna do now is go retrograde. Point this thing retrograde. Hopefully I don't whack that. No, I don't. Okay. We're doing good so far. What I'm gonna do is swap so I can see this. Show that. And we're going to speed up like that until we have a collision course of negative. And then we're going to point prograde because that's what we need to do. This will give us that 313.935 meters. Once we hit our decoupling, we'll, with our throttle all the way down, go up a little bit more. 243. Now let's go back to 11 kilometers, like that. So now, those will just crash into the surface of the Mun. Sorry, I had to take a deep, quick breath, but yeah, my other station should be about right. Let me lock my staging now so I don't accidentally stage out. Remember, it's L1 and X, so your light should be purple. That means your stages are locked, so now I just press X all I want, and it's not going to go to the next stage. What I'm going to do is go radial out and burn radial out a little bit, just so that I'm not going to be colliding again, and I don't want to redock with that craft at all. So burn a little bit radial out. Like that. And then, yeah. I won't be docking or thwacking that craft. I will go to my warp to my periapsis, because that's where I want to be. And what I'm going to do, because that's my periapsis right there. I'll warp here and go prograde. And what I'm going to do now is let's cancel that. I should be pretty decently far. Yep, there I am, decently far away from that. So what I'm going to do is go to my periapsis again and add a maneuver at my periapsis. That will go extend out. Oh, those are the fuel tanks crashing to the Mun surface. At periapsis, right there, will extend out until that orange node comes all the way back around and meets up. Gets me another extremely close encounter right there. That's what I want. Which should be 87 meters per second. right there. Zoom in, zoom out. And let's go ahead and, nope, not that one. Do that. Let's go radial. And then right there. That is a separation of 1 kilometer, which I can actually work with, but I can make it look better. So let's go ahead and get our points right across from each other, like that. And go retrograde a little bit more. So basically what I'm doing is my orbit is slightly above that orbit, 0.6. I'm not going to try to get above 0.6. I think 0.6 is decent enough right there. What I'm going to do now is warp to next maneuver. Because we have a 7 seconds burn. Warping to next maneuver will give us just enough time. That was more of the stuff crashing into the surface of the Mun. So basically what happened was it crashed into the surface of the Mun, had enough force to bounce back out, and then crashed again into the surface of the Mun. That's what I believe happened. Alright, so we do have a lot of prograde in here, so our burn will be more prograded, but it's not exactly prograde. So what I'm going to do is, if I had a level 3 Kerbal, or had that little thing I was thinking about putting on, then I would have been able to hold maneuver node. This would have been a lot easier. But right now what I gotta do is manually hold maneuver node, burn my 92 meters per second, which if you see I have 3,000 of it, so I have plenty for this. And I'm not planning on landing on any of these celestial bodies. I just plan on, well, going to and rescuing Kerbals from these celestial bodies. Oh, and there's the sun peeking out over the Mun. A Munrise. Get that picture right there. Or this will be a sunrise, but yeah. Or the Kerbal rise. It's about 3 seconds before my burn. I'm going to start my burn. And then I just got to try to keep this like that. Do that. And I will see where we're at. We are a little bit ahead of target. So what I'm going to do is burn retrograde now, and we should get even closer. Right there we have a 0.7. I can get that a little bit closer if I do this. Thrust limiter all the way down. And we got we're back up to 0.7. So we can do that. We're at 0.9 now. Ooh. Should have kept it at 0.6 like that. Set this all the way up again. And then we are going to warp again. Set this to target. Hit retrograde. And then what we're we're going to do is warp here. So now we should be catching up to the target, another about 100 meters per second to, I don't want to orbit, I want to target. About 100 meters per second from the target. 8, 7, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, 12, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we are not at the target right now. So we should be doing this maneuver node, or this thing, pretty close to, that's away from target, solar being in the sun. So what I'm going to do is this, and start burning towards the target to be about 10 meters per second. Oh, it's about 10, yeah. And now our separation should be 0.0 at about 9.7 meters per second. So now once we get close enough, we will start our burn. We will then EVA that Kerbal and whatnot. Yeah. So locking your stages is probably the best thing you can do so you don't accidentally, well, decouple a stage. Like, oh wait, I normally press X to get my, you know, engine to start, so I pressed it, and no, engine was already started, so now I just got rid of that entire 3,000 meter per second stage. So once you get to their final stage, you just have to remember to unlock your stages before you going into your final landing. But lock your stages, that way you're not worried about stuff, well, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Right there. So now what I'm going to do, look at that. I'm going to point straight towards the target. If I had RCS on this thing, that was better. That would be... actually, I do have RCS. Well, I don't have forward or back thrust, do I? No, I do not. So now that we're going to be docking more, I should be starting to put RCS on everything. I normally did before put RCS on literally everything, but yeah, I don't now why, because I am an idiot and didn't think I really needed RCS. So this is an engineer, so he is going to go into the hitchhiker storage module. Alright. Going this way, going this way. And grabbing. And boarding. Okay, so now we have an engineer. So let's go to our next Kerbal we're going to be rescuing, and that is going to be the Minmus Kerbal. So I don't want to be off of target anymore. I want to be in orbit. And face towards orbit that way. So set as target. So what you want to do basically is you want to release with the orbit of your gravity assist. Basically, you don't have to be in orbit, but this is basically how it will work. When you're exiting along the path, your apparatus is going to be higher, and if you're exiting with a against the rotation, your periapsis is going to be lower. So if you go with rotation, which is what we're doing, and also with the orbital path, it will keep our periapsis above the MUD's orbital line, and apoapsis also high above the orbital line. So what I'm going to do is, if we want it to go, we'll add a maneuver here, just prograde out, and that should get our exit. So our exit right now is not with the orbital path exactly. I mean, it is, but it's not. So if I do this, just move along like that, and voila, same amount of delta V, and I just ridiculously changed how high I went. So now if I was going against the exit, I would be going, against. So that's how you can get higher or lower with it, and that's your gravity assist. So then with and against rotation will affect your actual stuff as well, which I will show you eventually. But what I want is about right there. I don't want to go too high, because look, if I go way over here, the same amount, I cannot get on a suborbital. But this will make it harder to actually circularize. Actually, it won't. Higher up will be better to circularize with. No, right up against will be best. Okay, because you're going to want to keep that orbital line, basically. Basically, what I'm going to do now is adjust for this, so that I don't have to worry about extending out my apparatus more than I need to. So if you don't notice, your ascending and descending nodes right here, descending node right there, ascending node is. So everything will cross each other on its orbital path. Like their orbital paths will always cross each other. And your ascending and descending nodes are the point at which each orbital path, by their angle, are going to cross each other. Okay, so it's always going to be the best place to get, inclination burns done in order to, it's not the cheapest would be at apparatuses, but the best to ensure you're going to be on the same exact orbital plane will be at your ascending and descending nodes. And that's what these numbers are. Is right here, the descending node is 6 degrees away from below you're heading down, and we're in a 6-degree angle from your target at your descending node. Ascending node, you're heading up at a 6-degree angle. These numbers should be the same, because it's a circular thing, but you'll be heading up at a 6-degree angle from here. So best place to do it, it'll be cheaper to do it at our descending node, which is right here, versus our ascending node. But I'm not going to do that until I get in and actually go with my maneuver. Once I actually finalize my maneuver, then that is when I am going to actually do my maneuver node burn. Okay? And so, I don't know if you noticed, these red lines mean I have horrible, the lowest grade connection to the Kerbal Space Center. But you notice it's still all the way green. That's because I go from here, from the spaceship, to the Mun relay, and then from the Mun relay to Kerbin. That is my path. Okay? Yeah. Alright, so now about 7 seconds before I'm going to start my burn again, because you want to round down. Sorry, I was getting up, I was sitting on the floor. You want to round up, basically. Round down from half. So you take half of whatever, and then whatever 0.5, whatnot, you take that and just knock that off. That should be about where you want to start your burn. For your maneuver nodes, get your most efficient maneuver nodes done. I realized I messed up and didn't start burning at the right time. And the reason why I'm doing this is I'm already at a rather higher periapsis or apoapsis right there. And what that's going to do now is I won't have to regain that 800 meters per second by being in low Kerbal orbit to go over here. I just had to do 200 meters per second to get my apparatus back up here again. So instead of doing 1600 meters per second, I just had to do 1000 to get to, you know, here. So, yeah, so, oh, never mind. So, instead of doing my 900 meters per second plus 800, because it's about 930, plus 800 meters per second, so that's 1700 meters per second by heading here and down, and then, you know, same lowering my periapsis would be a lot easier, but lowering my apparatus again would be a lot less. So instead of doing my 1700, almost 1800 meters per second to go here, rescue these guys and back up, I just did 1000 meters per second, and now I can do these two and then lower everything once I'm down here. And it just makes more sense that way, because then I also had to add another 800 meters per second, lowering my apparatus down to the height of those things. And it's just a lot easier that way. So now what I'm going to do is my descending node is again at 6 degrees. What I'm going to do is add a maneuver there. And we're going to go with like that. And you notice they start moving like that. Once they're, oh, that's a little bit too far. Once they're like that, in line with Kerbal, a little bit too far. I went and messed up. I meant to press L3 and I didn't press L3. So once they're about in line with Kerbal, right there, you notice they're 0.0 degrees. That's what you want. So now basically my orbital inclination is the same as Minmus's orbital inclination. Okay? And that is exactly what I want, basically. So now what we're going to do is, since we had to do a normal burn, we're going to point normal. We're going to do this and speed up a little bit until we're out of the Mun's sphere of influence. And yeah, that's what we're going to do. And once that line turns blue, then that means we're out of the Mun's sphere of influence. We will be able to, alright, warp like that, have one warp to next maneuver, and now we will hold normal, which is what our actual burn will be. It's at 1 second, so once our node in T minus is blanked, that's when we are going to start our burn. Okay, so we're not gonna be burning very long. Look, this is just a 23 meter per second. I had 3,000 meters per second. I have plenty of delta V to land this thing, take back off from this, and get my Kerbals more science, but I'm not going to do that right now. I'm just interested in, well, gathering Kerbals with this ship right here. Alright, so the Minmus return vehicle. I don't remember if you remember this. This was like a $80,000, $100,000 ship right here, plus another $100,000. The other one's $200,000. I'm going to get more than that by these two Kerbals self-rescuing. So, yeah. Okay, so now if we get rid of that, nodes are at 0.0 and 0.0. So we're still on a trajectory for this. So now what we're going to do is we're going to warp there. Oh, not warp there. No, that's an idiotic thing to do. We're going to add a maneuver here. see where our stuff is. And we are going to basically set this out like that until we get our Minimus encounter. Remember, they're 44 meters per second. Right there. Very simple. Very easy to get done with. Enable time warp mode. Time warp up a little bit. Warp to next maneuver. Hold on, now I can make this better. I can make this even better. So what I want is a min-miss, well, focus view. A better, look at this one. So we are going to be going against the rotation of min-miss. And I think that this stuff right here, if I speed up, is it going to be against or with the rotation? It's with the rotation. So if we go against it and with it, we're going to have to do a lot of more correctional burns and waste a lot more delta V for this burn right here, okay? So what I'm going to do is do a simple mid-course correction right here. And we don't have to do normal anti-normal because, well, we're already on an equatorial. So let's do this. Oop, like that. So now we are on a with min-miss. Actually, we're still a little bit off. So let's go ahead and normal it up. Like that. Okay, so we're a little bit below, but we're not really that below the whatnot. So now we are rotating with a min-miss. We are at 7,000 meters, which is high enough, honestly. What is your periapsis at? 6,000 meters, yeah. So we are definitely high enough for this, and 7,000 for apparatus. So now what I'm going to do is focus view of the lander I have set up. And basically, yeah. So we are going to go ahead and go prograde, because that's about where it will be. Is at the prograde marker. It's a very minimalistic burn. Anywhere else. 3 seconds, so about 1 second away from the maneuver node, I'm going to start my burn. Okay. And then we will focus view on focus view on min-miss so that we can actually pay attention. So if you notice, we will have min-miss escape if we weren't doing anything else. That would have, I don't know, it's too far ahead to actually pinpoint exactly where. But we'll do this right here. We will take that off of stability mode. Oop. And get us right in there. So, I don't know if you noticed that, but we lost our thing because the game glitched out a little bit and then we ended up losing where we were. So let's go retrograde a little bit. 3 meters per second is a lot for a min-miss orbital height. Oop. The game decided to mess up again, and when I press down it didn't want to. But what I want is, I don't want to exit like that, I want to enter from that side. Oop, a little bit too much. So let's go ahead and retrograde it. Let's go ahead and click on this engine and get our thrust limiter way back down, like that. Do that. Let's see, down like that, 10,000 meters. Let's go ahead and go normal. And let's go ahead and slowly, wrong way, anti-normal, I want anti-normal. Like that. Periapsis right at the so right about there should be fine. So we got our periapsis at 9,000 meters, which should be fine. And this is where we are going to be. So let's go ahead and hold retrograde, enable time warp mode. We will warp here. Let me do this and get my thrust limiter. Oh, I can't do that yet, not till we're out of time warp mode. We gotta remember, thrust limiter all the way up. And then, yeah, basically it's all we gotta do. And there's Kerbin in the corner. The game wants to glitch out every time I try to move. There's the mun again, running through. There goes the mun, goodbye. 7 days, 6 weekdays, about a week away. And here comes Minmus, wherever Minmus is. Set thrust limiter all the way. Exit time warp mode. Get to my periapsis. Okay, get rid of that. Don't care about that anymore. Don't care about that anymore. Give me my fuel and electrical stuff back. Once we get to a 50, 40, 30, 20, 10. Right. And now, I don't know how much LTV I'm going to need to circularize. But it's not a lot. Look at that. I'm going to want my apparatus actually rather high. Because again, I'm going to set this guy right here as the target. Go to a ascending and descending node, which is at 3.5 degrees. So this is how you do it with targets if you don't have this secondary mode right here for your actual inclination. Hey, look at that, 3.5 degrees from a actual orbit. Look at that. Anyway, what you'll do is come to your nodes, because those are about the same height. Again, add maneuver there, and we want to go down this time until our nodes are at 0. 0.1 is perfectly acceptable, I think, at least. And then let's go ahead and go anti-normal, because that's where we were pointing. Let's warp craft because I don't need it anywhere else. And then we have 0.5 seconds, so it's going to be a little bit more than 0.5 seconds because I'm not going to go straight to full blast. I'm just going to hold anti-normal. Honestly, if I look at this, I can do this. You know, so I still have a lot of stuff to recover vessels. And if you don't remember, I have 4 more Kerbals to recover, and I have 5 more seats, so this is plenty. This will get us, again, 5 more Kerbals. Real quick. Async note of. There we go, 0.0. That is close enough for me. So now what I'm going to do, so since the apoapsis highest point is 7,000 meters, periapsis is 6,000 meters, I am going to drop to below 6,000. Let me see this real quick on my TV. 6,694. So we will go here, and 6694 is going to be our lowest point. Alright, and then we will warp to our apoapsis. Burn retrograde until we have that about 6694. So yeah, 6,600. If you notice, slightly above the orbital line of my craft right now. But anyway. Too far. We have a orbital separation. Let me go ahead and do this. Thrust limiter all the way down again. And we are running prograde. About 6,500 is about where I'm going to go to. Facing the wrong direction, prograde. Just noticed it as my numbers were dropping instead of going up. About 6,500 meters. And 6.6 is the periapsis. .500 meters right there. And we are going to quick save because I don't like being that close to the ground on Minmus. Same game as quick save. Okay. And then we're going to go to our periapsis right here. And maneuver there. Retrograde. Let's see. Whew. Look at that, I've already went over twice. So what I'm going to do is keep going down until my, so the reason why I am going down like this, alright, so that's a little too far now. So let's go up until it reaches, the points reach about the same. This is what it's going to do, is it's going to allow my burn time towards target to be a lot less than what it actually is. Because I went down in a lot of orbits. So basically, what's going to happen is, once I get to my periapsis, I only have to go around the one time, and it'll be about the same amount, and my speed at the, so my maneuver distance should be pretty low. My speed shouldn't be as, relative to, shouldn't be too terribly high where I would have to burn forever, which I wouldn't have to, honestly. It's min-miss. But basically that's what you want to do. You want to get your periapsis to its absolute minimum. Alright, so let's see, 29.82 meters per second. Well, no, that's actually, that's perfect. Okay, so now what we're going to do is warp to next maneuver. Hold our, let's warp to next maneuver. Let's go to retrograde. So we have a 2-second burn, so 1 second prior. We find to oh man. Yeah. So 1 second prior we will, hopefully you guys aren't hearing my breathing. Hopefully my adjustments have fixed that. But 1 second prior we will start our burn until we have our stuff, and then I will do correction burns after the fact by either going prograde, retrograde, with my thrust limiter set minimalistic. What's our 27 meters per second in different speed? Which honestly, it wouldn't have been that much more coming from where I was, because this is, again, min-miss. But I don't know how in the world I made it back to sitting on the ground, but I did. Oh man. Anyway, yeah, so what I'm gonna do is, now I've got a comfortable chair too. It's like, it's not even, I don't know why, but anyway, back to this, back to what I'm doing. Recovering all these Kerbals. 7, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Let's close out of that right there. See where I'm at. I am way behind. So let's go prograde. Get that closer. So 1 meter per second. That was all 1.7 meters per second difference. And a little bit too much. Let's go retrograde and swap our engine to actually have minimalistic thrust. Not that minimalistic. In fact, I don't need it so minimalistic. Oh, yeah! Below 0. So let's go ahead and do that until our maneuver is right about there. We have a separation of 0.1 kilometers. That is good enough for me. So now what I'm going to do is, well, bring that all the way back up. Switch this to target. We will warp here. lights. Let's turn our lights on like that. Alright. So once we'll be really close to this. Let's go ahead and retract our solar panels so they don't get, messed with. 200, 100, and 8, 7, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. I hate how it's like just slightly faster than about 1 second. So that means that, when I was trying to count down about second-wise, it failed me. But anyway, let's go ahead, point this towards target. Go ahead and get this out here. We're only 40 meters away. We will, through the crew hatch, EVA, our other engineer, let go, turn lights on, SAS and RCS, like that, and we are going to go towards this. Where's our ship at? Is our ship below us? Yeah, there it is. Boom. Couldn't find the ship. That's why you put lights on it, so you can see it in the dark. Look how nice Minmus just looks right there. Yeah, Minmus just looks rather nice. Hopefully you see it in the same quality I see it as. And engineers are going to come down here into engineering in our hitchhiker storage module. So now let's get rid of towards target. Let's go ahead and hit prograde. So now we have those two, our furthest out, set away. What I'm going to do now is a burn. That goes against the orbit, so the orbit goes that way. So I'm going to set a burn about right here. First off, let's unset target. You know what? Let's go ahead and just do this. Add a maneuver there. Just to get out of Minmus's sphere of influence. To have an ejection burn. Like that. And now what we want is to move this that way. Yeah. Get it a little bit earlier. Like that. And get it directly against Kerbal sphere of influence. Like that. And now let's burn more. And more. Let's go ahead and get this so it's more retrograde. That should lower our periapsis even more. Alright. And let's go ahead and burn more and more. And for 100 meters per second, a little over, I got a 3 million periapsis. 2.3 million, 1.5 million, 1.1 million. I want about a 70,000 periapsis. 400,000. 99. I want above 70,000. That 99,000 would have been perfect, honestly. It's 15, 20, 20. I didn't move it at all. 22, 68, 80. Is that 81? Is 81. 89. That's perfect. You know, a little bit more. 95. That's perfect. All right. So now what I'm going to do is that, and we will warp to our next maneuver. All right. In 7 seconds prior, we will start our actual burn. Here we go, running retrograde, or prograde, sorry. 3 minutes from our maneuver, 2 minutes from maneuver, 1 minute from maneuver, and here we go. Once we get to our actual, well, you know, maneuver node, again, 7 seconds before, we will start our burn, and then we'll watch off of Kerbin. Yeah. And we still have 2,400 meters per second. Which is going to be more than enough. I think I made this extremely overkill for what it needed to be, but I'm okay with that. Because at the end of the day, we're rescuing Kerbals, we're getting money, and we're expanding the amount of Kerbals we're allowed to have in our Kerbal. And I made it back to the floor. Kerbal Space Center. Without actually having to buy any Kerbals. They pay us to get more Kerbals. That's why you never want to buy. Buying Kerbals is a waste of your resources. Just rescue them. It's a lot easier. And rescuing Kerbals will help you get your maneuver mode nodes for whatchamacallit. Will help you get your maneuver nodes and maneuver making and target acquisition a lot easier. And guess what? At the beginning of the game, they are right at Kerbin or Minmus. So that means let's only see the pilot right now. I only want to see the pilot. Okay. So now that means alright, periapsis is at 112, 110. 90,000 meters. Okay, what's this say? Successfully, yeah, Jane Freed. Save Jane Freed. Got another 22,000 there. And yeah, look at this. Our craft is paid for just by rescuing Kerbals, and that's what I love about it. Like, there's no need to do anything else than that. Now, I could have put my stuff into a retrograde, basically, or put it into thinking, into Kerbin's atmosphere, and then got in a aero brake maneuver to lower and save Delta V. But we have a lot of Delta V left. More than enough for this task. So, what I'm going to do is just use all the resources we have. I mean, we might as well, right? We have our, oh yeah, that's right. I just realized something. We don't have our solar panels out right now. How in the world these things extend without being manually extended, I have no clue. But they do. And look at that. And now they're both getting max. Okay, so now let's go ahead and go to our periapsis actually. Oh no, it's yeah, let's go to our periapsis. We're on a rather polar orbit right now. Let's get our apoapsis below the Mun and Minmus lines, and then we'll adjust our inclination. It should be about at where our periapsis is, honestly. And all four of these crafts that we need to rescue stuff from are orbiting. Why do I have 5 crafts here? Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 3 in Kerbin. 4, which I've already done. And 5. So why do I have 5 crafts orbiting? I think it's the 2 that, you know, I can never get rid of because it decided to, anyway. Burn retrograde until our apoapsis is below the Mun's line, like that. Yeah, my Mun will never get to it. My apoapsis, again, let's go ahead and do this. Advance orbital. Add maneuver there, and let's go ahead and go, yes, 5, 4, 3, oh. 3.9 is the best I can get. It's getting close, it's getting closer. Set that directly at the 90. Oh. Right there. Boom. Now we will go ahead and face normal. Let's face anti-normal because that's where we actually needed to go. And then we'll work the next maneuver. 17 seconds. So 8 seconds prior. Work the next maneuver. 8 seconds prior, we will have our actual thing. And I don't know if you noticed this, but we are above the geostationary orbit. So the actual Kerbin is actually orbiting faster than we are moving across. Because I have my satellites in geostationary orbit, or Kerbal stationary orbit, I guess. But anyway, once we rescue all these Kerbals, we will then destroy all the ships and debris we have. And I guess if we had the grabber module, we could grab the ships and manually deorbit them. I'm not doing that. I don't think I have that module anyway. Hopefully you guys aren't hearing me breathing. But anyway, Again, 8 seconds prior, we will throttle up. 8 seconds prior, we are. Right there. That is perfect. Our periapsis is 98,000 meters. We are at a 0 degree inclination. Now what we can do is start setting targets. So the first Kerbal we are saving is going to be Gregory. Gregory is going to be the first of these I care about. Okay, so, hey, that was unintentional, but I'll take it. First ship I look at. So Gregory is our first Kerbal rescuing. Its periapsis is 78, apoapsis is 84, so we will set ours retrograde to, let's go, warp up to our actual apoapsis this time. And then we will go ahead and look at that. Anyway, we will go ahead and lower to about 79 kilometers. Right there. Oh man, look at that. 79 even? Did I really do that? I got exactly 79,000 meters. Pure luck. Look at that. I am so happy. Anyway. Anywho. We have our two intercepts now, which are those orange and purples. So what we're going to do now is add a maneuver at periapsis, retrograde. Again, we're going to do this until they are, look at that, until it starts moving the location I'm at. Or not location that ship's at, basically, a lot. 7, 8. This will save a lot of delta V in the form of yeah, so this will be the most expensive of the burns. So about right there actually is going to be where we're going to want to be. The separation of, go any further than that, it'll start messing with it. Separation of 10 kilometers, which I can work with. Yeah. So what we're going to do now is warp to next maneuver. A 31-second burn. So we have 567. We have 1900 meters per second left. Plenty. This will give us on 1200. The 1200 should be enough to rescue the other 3 Kerbals. Again, now 15 seconds prior, I will start my burn. And yeah, so this will leave us with 1908 minus 567, 14, 13, 30, 1333.8 after this burn, or roughly 1300 meters per second in low Kerbal orbit. So maybe I didn't over-engineer this. Maybe I engineered it just enough. I thought I did. Oh, I just missed my node time. I always do that whenever I'm talking. I don't try to. It's never my intention to just miss it, but I do. very often. But you know what? It happens. Nobody's perfect. And while I've been playing this game for years, I am still learning. You guys have learned that I am still learning this game. And I just learned how to do that fairing thing that I've seen someone do for a while. Alright. So let's go ahead and do this. And we will zoom in and see where we're at right now. And if we have to burn more retrograde, 1.5 kilometer separation. I went a little bit overboard. Let's go ahead and minimalize this thrust limiter. Not that minimalize. And we will go ahead and one kilometer away is a lot better than 17 or 11 that it was. 3. And that'll be as close as I'll be able to get it. You notice that it was taking a while. I was about to start going back up again. So anyway, we'll hold retrograde to the target. Set this back up. Because what I'm going to have to do is burn off. I know that says 4,000 meters per second right there, but I'm not moving 4,000 meters per second. I'm moving 4,000 meters per second in relation to my target. But I'm going to have to burn off 255 meters per second. So let's warp here. And yeah, start rescuing a bunch of Kerbals. I actually thought I had a Kerbal way up in high Kerbal orbit, but I don't. So, you know, that is what that is. Once we get about 3 kilometers away, start my retrograde burn. Per second. This gives me roughly 0.2. Let's go ahead and let's just burn off our speed completely right now. Okay, and then we will go towards the target. Yes, towards target. About 9 meters per second. Retrograde. That should give us a 0.2 at 9.9 meters per second. So about 200 meters, about 660 feet away. And then we'll just EVA pack over, rescue our Kerbal. And then we still have 1,000 meters per second left. Which now I shouldn't have to burn off that much speed for most of these things. If I have to do, basically what I have to do is speed up a little bit so that I can catch up. I could do this a lot more efficient by just time warping over until I'm close, because I'll eventually catch up to stuff if I just have a slightly different orbit. But I don't want to do that. I want to get this done as quickly as I can. I know Kerbals can survive in the vacuum of space with no food, because it looks like with their green skin they can have and just survive off of photosynthesis itself and no water. So somehow they are producing water. So, I get it, they can survive without the need for anything else. But that's not realistic for like a human standpoint. Like, this is already almost 2 months into the trip, and these guys are just here. So, realistically, no. This will not be a realistic time frame. Should be plenty. Let's go ahead and swap here. Crew hatch. EVA, Gregory. Let go. Your lights are on. RCS is on. And your SAS is on. So let's go ahead and zoom on in. Let's go ahead and get on over. That's where you want to be. Gregory is a scientist, so he's going to go into his little science bay, or, you know, the hitchhiker storage module, staying away from that solar panel. Alright, we have our Gregory. Next Kerbal we are going to be looking for is Mandir. So who is Mandir? Am I going to get lucky a second time and just go straight to Mandir's capsule? Nope, that's Kazu's capsule. That's Mandir's capsule. Set that one as target. Alright. So now if I add a maneuver right here, right there, and go prograde a little bit, what's going to happen is my marker will eventually make its way around all the way to there, like that. 300 meters per second. If I keep doing burns like that, it's not going to keep. So what I'm going to do now is close out of that. We will go to our periapsis, which is at 78, and aporapsis, which is at 90, or 84, and theirs is at 90. What I'll do is try to get these things closer. So let's add maneuver here, and let's just skip orbits. I don't like doing this, because look how slowly that comes across. But now we have, without any Delta V expenditures, a very close orbital location. So here we go. Let's just warp to the next maneuver. So what we're going to do is we're going to speed up. Again, this is going to be 4 days. I hate this. So we're just spinning around, we're catching up. You know what? I'm going to stop that. Nope, we're not going to do that. We are not doing that. Okay. What we're going to do, let's go here to our aporapsis, add maneuver, there. So our lowest point is below theirs, so it should work out by doing this. also be if I keep on doing 500 meters per second or whatnot. I'm just going to set this up a little bit higher. Warp to next maneuver. Set this prograde. Set this like this because I missed the maneuver node just slightly. And yeah, that's what we're doing. We are burning and burning and burning. 6, 4, 3, 2. That's good enough for me. Alright, so now what I'm going to do is come to my periapsis, add maneuver, right there, and let's go ahead and just next orbit, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, in 7 orbits, we will then burn prograde a little bit more, so we have it. Okay, so now let's go ahead and burn retrograde a little bit. And this will give us a separation speed of 104 meters per second, which is about what I used for the whatnot. So anyway, let's go ahead and warp to next maneuver. Set this to orbital mode, not target. Set this right here to prograde, because that's what it's going to be at basically. 1 second, so right in the node. So 4 hours. Still 4 hours before we meet our actual maneuver node. But now I can just warp to maneuver, and that'll work. I hate this mechanic. So anyway, well, I didn't bring enough fuel when I thought I did. It's my blunder to do this. But I only have one more Kerbal to rescue after. Actually, I think I would have, if I would have, how much LTV do I have left? I have 1,000 at roughly 600, that give me 400. I might have been able to catch up and do what I needed to do, but I was an idiot and didn't really think. I thought I had 4 Kerbals to recover instead of 3, so I did my math wrong. It happens. Anywho, we will end this video with all Kerbals saved and the Mun base extended. That is the pinnacle of this video, will be extending the base with a rover. Excuse me, sorry. Had burps. But yeah, that is what we will be doing. And yeah, just watching this ship go move around and around and around. Turn our lights off. Can't, because we are currently moving. Oh man. And there goes the Kerbal Space Center. Bye bye. I might want to try to actually land this craft at the Kerbal Space Center. Might actually be something. I've never really attempted to land anything except for aircraft directly at the Kerbal Space Center. But this is something I can do. I should be able to do this. So we'll see. See if how I can do this, and see if I actually overshoot or undershoot. Like I said, this is a console version, so you know it doesn't have any mods. The only thing it has is the DLC, the Making History and Breaking Ground DLC. But yeah. for you guys to know that I'm not using any DLC parts right now. I thought I potentially was with this larger module, but apparently it's not part of any DLC because it was used before. DLC was loaded with other people. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm just looking at this wrong. Because I love this command pod. It's like my favorite command pod right now. At least with the ones we have. Eventually, we'll be able to make better modules with the Mark III command pod, which is an amazing command pod, by the way. Has a lot of room for a lot of Kerbals, and yeah. I'll probably eventually upgrade my bases to have the Mark III parts, but that'll be later on. Okay, we are getting close to our actual maneuver node. Burn. Sorry, it's a long time to burn. Is that our target right there? Hope not. We'll see. Minutes, 1 minute, and we are now right at our finally 4 days later maneuver node. Running prograde a little bit, 21 meters per second. So 1 second of burn with this engine is going to be plenty. Let's go and turn our lights off so we don't waste too much electricity right now, just in case we get onto the dark side of the planet. We'll see. One thing I wish is that I had more runways and actual houses you'll be able to see in here. I know you can get mods on the computer version, but this isn't a computer version. So let's go ahead and close out of this, see where we messed our stuff up to, and we didn't mess it up that much. 3.5 meters per second. Let's go retrograde. 3.5 kilometers. And let's go ahead and do this. 0.4 kilometers, that's good enough for me at 104 meters per second. Yeah. Let's go ahead and warp here. 104 meters per second gives us 800 meters per second, basically, to actually get with the what they could. I don't know what I'm thinking. To get the last Kerbal rescued. Alright. So I'm gonna time warp up a little bit till we are about right there. Okay. Then we're going to come up here. Because we are close enough to this craft. Wow, this craft actually has some EVA out. We will zoom in. We will turn our lights on, our SAS and our RCS. Goodbye, craft. And it's got monopropellant. It's got a lot of stuff. That's a nice little landing module. But anyway, we will get this Kerbal back to this spacecraft right here. I don't know if you can hear my clicks. I'm basically just trying to keep the spacecraft in view. Could always set it to target so I can know how fast I'm moving towards the target. But we can do this just fine. And you are a pilot, so you get to sit in the command bay. This is a, what, female? Yeah, I think this is a female Kerbal. Yeah, it's a female Kerbal. She gets to sit in the command bay. Look at that. Look at that. It's not because she's a female, it's because she's a pilot. Well, pilots sitting in the command bay and non-pilots sitting in the hitchhiker's bay. There's only 3. Makes sense to have pilots in the actual command bay. Okay, last Kerbal. Last Kerbal to get is going to be Shepstead. This will be the last Kerbal to get. So Shepstead, will I get again with this? Nope. Oh, hi, Dylan. Thank you. That's Shepstead. So we'll set that one as target. It has a ascending node. Apparatus of 77. Ours is 89. It has a periapsis of 77, and ours is 77. So what we're going to want to do is lower our periapsis actually a little bit. Set this to orbit, by the way. We want to lower our periapsis just a little bit. Warp here. And if we lower our periapsis, it's going to get it below. That way we have better intercept nodes. We have 7,000 meters in order before we actually hit our atmospheric line, so that is perfectly fine for us to drop our periapsis a little bit so we can catch up. Let's see. Moving along, all the way up to our apparatus. Okay. Once we get here, watching this number in the bottom left corner, we'll get it down to 73 kilometers. That's fine. And let's get rid of this so we can actually see our resources better. Then we will warp to our periapsis. Or not warp. Let's go ahead and add a maneuver. Add our periapsis. And let's go ahead and zoom out a little bit and watch those little orbital, the purple and the oranges. If I go and prograde, the purple should be right about there. Yes, this one we're going to look for is that purple. Get it to a very close encounter. Oh, a little bit too far. That will give our separation of 1.2 kilometers. We can get a little bit closer. These are all equatorial, so 0.4 kilometers. That is close enough for me. So I'll close out of that, and we will warp to our next maneuver. Set this, keep that in orbit, because we're not actually moving to our target speed yet, but we do want our orbital. That way we're catching up. Basically what we're doing is we're slowing ourselves down, and this will allow the craft to catch up to us. And 11 7 seconds of burn, so that means, what am I doing? I want prograde. About 10 seconds divided by 2 is 5, so 5 seconds of actual, we're in our node is when we're going to actually start our burn again. I understand that I probably am explaining this a lot, everything that's going on, but I mean for this to be sort of like a tutorial, so I'm going to try to explain everything that's going on screen, and make sure you guys understand. Even though I've done this already now 4 other times, this will be the 5th time doing, oh no, 3 other times. This will be the 4th time doing it, because I didn't really do this for the other Kerbal, the one we just saved. But yeah, so yeah, here we go. About the waiting is the most annoying part of this game, is waiting to get, but it's somewhat realistic, so you can't normally time warp in real life. 5 seconds, burning, and here we go. And 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30. Alright, now we're going to slow down and actually burn very slowly until we get our stuff about 0 meters per second on that maneuver node maker. Okay, so we'll close out of our maneuver node once I can get my, there we go, there's my mouse back. And now we are currently sitting at 2.1. Oh, that's 4. That's going up. I want retrograde. 7.2. Okay. We are at 0.3. That's close enough for me. And now let's go ahead and set this to target. Hold retrograde. And then we will warp right there. This will be our final Kerbal to capture with 625 meters per second, which this is a 280. So it'll give us 300 meters per second to deorbit ourselves, which is more than enough. Delta V. Why? Sorry, so dark. So anyway, we're going to be at 0.2. Let's retract these solar panels so that there's no way they can be broken. They're useless right now because it's dark out. We will turn our lights on. Not our landing gear. We don't have any landing gear. I've got to realize the controls actually for lights. And I overshot that a lot. I overshot that a whole lot. And here we go. Alright. Let's go ahead and run towards target. Like that. And do that about 22 meters per second. That will give us a separation of 0.1 at 22.3, so even closer. 700 meters. It's about 200 meters. I'm going to start slowing down. I don't want to hit this thing. Alright. And 4, 3. Okay, let's go ahead and point this towards the target. Like that. Our lights are on. We'll aim so we can always see that. Zoom out to our target. Find the crew hatch on this thing. There it is. EVA, our last and final Kerbal to rescue. She's a scientist. So the scientist is going into the Hitchhiker's storage module. Lights on, RCS and SAS all on. Like I said, this is the best way to get Kerbals, is just rescue them. Because the ships are always super cheap to... Basically, it's cheap enough where rescuing one Kerbal will pay for the ship on its own. So if you have enough Kerbals space, so I'm getting 6 more, everything else will be profit, basically. So now I'll get rid of the towards target. I don't care about that anymore. And let's go ahead and... Do I want to? I do want to. I'm going to try to land this near the Kerbal Space Center. So what I'm going to do is find out, see if the Kerbal Space Center is actually on the light side, which it is. I'm going to warp about right here. This Kerbal Space is right here. What basically what I want is my periapsis, or the point where it actually enters, to be about right here. And then when the rotation of the Kerbin and the atmospheric drag happens, I will be able to, land about at the Kerbal Space Center. Auto-saving, just messing with my stuff. So anyway, I'm going to go right about at the descending node. Because I have all my Kerbals rescued, we have our check marks next to the saves, and save and save. So we have all of our Kerbals saved. Let's go ahead and warp here. Point retrograde. Do a quick save so we're not absolutely destroying ourselves. And then 300 meters per second. We are going to see if this will work. See if I can try to do this. And like I said, about right there is where I want my orbital line. I am going to retract my solar panels. The sunrise is coming up over the Kerbin. I will speed up by entering time warp mode. And now we are officially entering the atmosphere. So I'm going to decouple. Again, now I have my stages locked. So I'm going to unlock them by pressing L1 and X. L1 and X. And now the light is green. So now when I have stages, I don't need my maneuver mode anymore because I'm landing. So I'll leave this in staging. I will decouple that lower stage and watch this with all my heat shields slow down. And I should probably go into this mode, docking mode right here, turn on my RCS and go a little bit left so that it doesn't, slam back into me when it's slowing down. Okay. Turn my RCS back off, go back into my staging mode, and then hopefully this works. Once I do this, I might do actually, that's way down the road, so I'm not even going to talk about that. Yep, we are slowing down, which is why that thing sped up. Kerbal Space Program doesn't really factor in, especially on the console, doesn't really factor in the aerodynamic drag for that ship right there because it's not in control right now. But that ship is on a collision course, so it will factor in destroying itself. It's a little bit weird. Anyway, here we are. We are slowing down. Again, like I normally say when I'm re-entering, I want to be surface speed about 1,000 or 1,500 meters per second by the time this arrow reaches right here in the atmosphere. Otherwise, I'm moving just way too fast for the craft to land in. If you notice, I did not have my point out far enough. I should have had it out further over here to land where I needed it to land. So right now what's happening is my solar panels are actually overheating. Or that solar panel is actually overheated. But for now this should be fine. Should be able to slow down fast enough. The reason why it's doing that is because I'm not set. No, not target. Orbit. I'm not set directly to orbit as where I wasn't. So that's why they are still overheating and they're about to explode. Goodbye, solar panels. I don't need you anymore. There went one solar panel. Valentina is still extremely excited while the Maninator is just freaking out. And Valentina is still somewhat happy. That's why I like Valentina. She's always happy. She's like, well, if I die, I die. I'm not going to really complain. Every other Kerbal I've met is always, well, whatever. I'm going to die. I want to live. Valentina has no joy for that life right now. So let's set this back to surface. And we are at our speed we want to be at. So this is perfectly fine. The only thing is I didn't actually land at the Kerbal Space Center with this craft. But we're going to land perfectly safe anyway right now. We're at 1,200 meters per second. That's fine. We have plenty slow enough at what point we're at right now. And here we come in for a simple landing. 700 meters per second. Our drone ships can deploy, which will slow us down even more. And parachutes can deploy. We will turn our SAS off. We don't need it anymore. Turn our lights off. We are landing on the light side. So, like I said, this is the first time I've tried to land a ship at the Kerbal Space Center. I didn't know how fast it would slow down. I'm on the opposite side of the continent, but in all honesty, it's a 3-minute flight with a space plane. Well, with an actual aircraft, if you create it. So it's not very far away in the grand scheme of things, but I could have been closer. And now, after this, we will swap back to our other craft where we started, where we had this craft docked up with it to refuel it, and we will land on the Mun and get our base extension done. And I will try, I'm rather better at getting the Mun landings because it has no atmosphere to slow it down, so I only have to pay attention to just these routes. Come on, sorry. Goodbye. A lot less weight. We are landing wrong side down. So let's go ahead and swap you. Turn you back on. Turn RCS on. Hopefully I can. Oh, it's too much. Oh well. Don't have enough weight, but we are moving slow enough. We're not going to cause any damage to this craft. So this craft will land. We'll recover it. Our Kerbals that we just recovered. Again, do not buy Kerbals in this game because, like I said, it's a career mode save and it is ridiculously expensive to buy a Kerbal. Starting price is 65,000 Kerbal dollars, and as you get more Kerbals, the more expensive it gets. Or you can just rescue them, where you get paid to rescue them, and the cost pays for the amount of Kerbals you're recovering with just a ship. It's just a lot easier that way. That, and we got the best starting Kerbal of Valentina. Because when I started playing this game, Jebediah, Bill, and Bob were the only 3 Kerbals you had. center mass did change, and that is why we are facing this way right now. And I have my main parachutes on the lower stage right here instead of where my drogue chutes are up here. So that also took into effect with that. So when these bigger chutes would have opened, that would have caused the flip regardless, because where these are below the center of mass, where these are above it. And so it's always going to try to pull that way. Anyway, we are slowly landing. I don't like time warping, so I tend to have in the games on landing my time warp makes my ships explode. I don't want that. I want to rescue these Kerbals. I don't want these Kerbals to die. Yeah, I'm not going to flip it over. And slowly coming down. Could probably get rid of these drogue chutes, but I don't have a action group to get rid of the drogue chutes. Eventually I'll make it to the Eve lander, which is what I have, as for whatever reason Eve is the first planet this game wants to send me to, but yeah, we will get it there. And here we go, touchdown, perfectly fine. We will recover this vessel, get our Kerbals back, all the Kerbals we need. And here we go. And we started with this save file with $700,000. We now have, instead of buying 5 Kerbals at about $100,000 each, we now have 1.4 million Kerbal dollars, which is what we want. And all of these guys are at least level 1. They all at least have prograde, retrograde hold. And capsules and debris. Now let's just terminate all these capsules. I don't need them anymore. There's no one on these capsules. I'm going to leave my untitled spacecraft, which is my actual lander. Actually, let me get rid of this so I don't accidentally delete it. Let's go back to our actual lander. Makes this look a lot better. Don't have the debris and fly it. And this will be my MUN lander. And continuing up on the base. That way we can get our transmit science as well as our planting the flag on the MUN and expanding our base achievements so we can get a lot more money that way. And Jeb, Bill, and Bob, my 3 least favorite Kerbals, just because I'm used to them all the time, are now on here. Bill, Bob. Where are you, Jeb? Why are you way over there? Oh, you're in the viewing thing, aren't you? I don't have a viewing thing. Are you in here? Oh, that's just my fuel. Okay. So, yeah, the last craft, it landed there. I want to see my bases again. So let's bring this up. Go to bases, because I want to be able to see my actual ground base where it is. And I'm going to time warp until my ground base is actually pretty well lit. So it just lands on the light side a lot easier. And yeah. I don't know why this is set to a space plane. It's because of the plane parts I have on it down here for my actual gigantic rover to move the gigantic masses I have. But this this should be pretty stable. This wide base should be pretty stable on the mud surface. So anyway, this is the one part I can't stand. It's just waiting, waiting, and waiting. I wish I could go time warp faster at this low, but I want to keep this low because I'd have 15. I have plenty of delta V to actually land this craft with 1,500 meters per second. But our orbital line is just above the actual location of the base, because I didn't have the base on a even or I didn't have my base on even plane, so let's go to open orbital mode. Now I'm not on an exactly equatorial orbit either, so there's that. But I want to again land this on the light side. Light side of this craft. And just, yeah, that's all we're doing. I'm going to do it this way. Just a better way of doing this. Tracking station. Going to my mud base. Set it up and just time warp till it's on the light side. It'll be so much quicker. Focus view right here. And time warp. Until it is directly on the light side. I don't have any issues with it. Is good enough. Untitled spacecraft. We are going to fly you now. And so, I don't know if you remember, this craft will actually be extremely difficult to handle for the simple reason of it has very little action control on the reaction wheels, as well as this craft right here being, well, extremely unbalanced. My center of thrust is pushing through right here. So I have all these large gimbal engines on here. My center of thrust is sending through right there, while the center of mass is about right here. So normally you want your center of thrust pointing straight through your center of mass, but that's not working because just the way it is right now. The way I have it set up. The rest of the modules that get sent won't have the actual rover attached to them, so that's the only reason why. So this rover will stay and pick up the rest because that's what we had it set to do. Let's go with this. Let's go ahead and warp to about right here now. facing retrograde. Retrograde and face down. So many parts on this upper stage. This is a very slow. Not only is it hard to move because it doesn't have very much reaction control wheels. In fact, the only reaction control wheels it actually has is this one right there. Save. Quick save. And start our burn so that our stuff right there. And we want to have our orbital line intersect about right there, like that. What I want to do now is I don't want to go into a crater, so I'm going to point. Actually, anti-normal is what I'm going to want. And I'm going to get our orbital line outside the crater. I don't like how this base is directly on, or surrounded by 4 craters. That's not very good. That wasn't a very good plan for me. RCS back off. Let's burn anti-normal, so we are landing outside of that crater right there. Let's go burn a little bit prograde now, so we're a little bit further away. We have some purpose of this rover is to be able to move it, so I want to be able to land this about on a very stable landmass, and then just drive around and expand the base wherever I need to. Line facing a little further down. And we still have plenty of room right now. We're at 12,000 meters. The highest point is roughly 7,000 meters, a little over. Let's turn RCS off and start burning. So we'll be about right there. That should be close enough. Set this to retrograde. With all these wheels and everything, we should be able to do what we need to do. And we will rotate. Hey, there's the Monarch. We are very close to the Monarch. I did not even realize that. Look at that thing right there. That is a nice Monarch. We don't live very far away from the Monarch, guys. Might have to take an expedition there one day. And now we will time warp up. Again, we're going to time warp to about 10, 9, 8, 'It's a good thing we quick saved, right, guys? 7,000 meters. 6,000 meters. And we will start our retrograde to surface burn right at the edge of this crater. Let's go ahead and retract our solar panels, by the way. Like I said, this takes a while because of how off balanced this actually is. Our base is where we want to be. RCS on. It should help us get to retrograde to surface. We only have a 5-kilometer drive to go, and this ship should be fine. Looks like we will be landing in a crater, but it looks like it's got a soft inclination to where we need to go, right about there. So that's about where we're going to be aiming. So yeah. Delta V for this craft right here. Keep it in a retrograde position. Again, this mass is off-centered by a lot. Excuse me. Excuse me again. So it won't really be able to stay where I want it when I speed up, but that's what I'm doing. I know this is not as efficient as I could have done this burn. The most efficient burn is an actual suicide burn, where basically what I'm doing is killing off all my vertical and horizontal speed at the same time. Doing this is going to be very difficult to do due to the simple fact of how unbalanced this craft actually is for my science and expansion pack craft. But you're about to see how overpowered this craft actually is coming in for its landing. The pinnacle of this is the base extension that I have. So 4, I believe, is decouple my actual craft. Let's do this. Click a radial out. That should keep me right in the center like that now. Just learned that today, by the way, by watching another YouTuber. It's radial out to try to keep this, and then just do manual burns to try to keep your retrograde where you want it, height-wise. You just have to make sure you're doing it in a surface mode and not in orbital mode, otherwise the orbital mode will make you try to go to actual radial out, but surface, it will actually keep you where you're at, straight up. There's that. I'm going to want to keep away from that and go down like that. This is where I want to go. Get my rover on the ground, keeping it facing on the ground without moving too fast. Okay, come on now, don't move too fast so you actually damage anything. No, don't. Okay. Oh, yes. Okay. So now I can turn my RCS back off. Whew. And that is now my rover, which will connect this module to the base on the ground. So what I gotta do now is set my brakes, set this decouple node. So now with this thing right here, this craft will make it to the base. So what I'm gonna do is do my tests and check. So 1 is gonna be my solar panels heading back out again. 4, I believe, if I remember correctly from when I built this thing, is to decouple the 3 decouplers that are holding the actual rover to this piece right here. Let's see now. Yep, 3 is that gear. So let's bring 4 now. 2 should be those gears right there. Yep. So now let's bring 2 back down. And 3 back down. Oh, I did not plan for that to happen. That was an unintended little bug. But anyway, our batteries, our solar panels are on. Everything is on. Let's go ahead and find our actual base and set that as target. So what we're going to do now is we're going to drive up, finish going up outside of this crater, not fall into that crater, and then head to the right some. Let's turn our brakes off. Let's go ahead and start moving this. Set this to surface speed. I don't care about target speed right now. Alright, I want surface speed. Keep that going. And with this, with my tests, it took a lot to flip over on Kerbin. I know this has a lot less gravity than Kerbin, but it should work. And I shouldn't have to really worry about it that much. Like this thing, gravity-wise, let me turn my SAS off. Goodbye. I don't want SAS on. Just a waste of electric charge. So now it's over there. I'm going to drive around these craters and do what we did on Kerbin with our test base to actually expand these. Run along brisk 3.3 meters per second, 3.4 meters per second, which should be 10.6 feet per second. I think 3.4 squared, it should be. Let's see, 3.4 times 3.4 is 11.56. Sorry, I was off by a whole foot per second. But anyway, this is what we're doing. We are now sending this rover, no robotics parts, no making history parts, just straight up stock, over around this crater we landed right next to. and making our way to that base right over there. And then we will utilize a ridiculously powerful now 2-hole laboratories to get a lot of science so we can get the inflatable ablators so that we can actually land on Eve. A lot cheaper ablator wise, a lot less part counts wise. Then we're gonna have to turn this way. We're about to go over that cliff if we don't. But again, like I said, this thing had I had to get this thing up to 20 meters per second on Kerbal in order to get this thing to flip. So I should have plenty of non-flipping happening with this craft. "20 meters per second to get it to flip on Kerbal. That is a lot. Oh, this thing still has some liquid fuel on it. I didn't even realize that. Did I not completely drain this liquid fuel container? Where's my liquid fuel at? Quit glitching. It's gonna be glitching for a while. I have no clue where my liquid fuel's at. We almost went into that ravine. Honestly, I could have gone down there and then gotten up over there because there was a nice smooth spot for me to land over there. But like I said, I tested this on Kerbal. Everything had worked and lined up. Oh yeah, that's right. Jeb is in one of these little modules right here. Or he might be in the viewing copula. No, he's in the viewing copula. Scientists should be in the lab itself at the moment. And we are driving around this massive crater right here, so we don't fall into it. But now it should be a lot easier to land, because we're not going to be sending this rover back up again with the next one to the MUN. So whenever we have a MUN expansion, whether it's fuel or electricity, which hopefully I'll get the electrical one built and fixed to actually fit and work on the craft, but we'll see. And that one has, you know, the staging of the again, using the, what am I thinking? Abusing the, I forget what it's called, the fairing, there we go, the fairing. Abusing the fairing's ability to store a lot of my electrical stuff in a fairing with this stuff underneath, which I will have to deploy the fairing once I actually get it, out, so that way, because the solar panels are stored in the fairing and you can't extend them unless the fairing is, you know, deployed. But the docking ports are the only thing that are clipped through the fairing, but they're clipped and made in a way so that they're sitting basically on the bars and whatnot of the fairing. So hopefully that's a good enough way to make this work. Wait, I'm just trying to figure out a way to get that one. Once I get that one to work, I'll have basically the only rig that I'll have to worry about is going to be my mining rig, which will be again clipped through the fairing, and the fairing will have basically the same setup. I want to just drive straight through straight across. Let's take this to stop now. And let's do a quick save so we don't mess up anything. And then we will try to drive across to that. Save game, quick save, overwrite. Okay. Let's take our brakes back off, and now we're going to try to cut across this canyon. We should be able to, if we find a nice enough slope for this. Turn our solar panels and bring them in for a second, because as we're going down the slope, I don't want these solar panels getting damaged. And I have those top mounted solar panels which are going to give me solar some electrical charge as well. I don't want those side mounts to be damaged, since my engineer is not high enough level yet, because he's 1 star short to actually repair anything. You can just repack parachutes at the moment. I noticed that my viewing copula is just slightly, ever so slightly off center, which is annoying the living crap out of me now. It's just ever so slightly. Honestly, we are not very far from the edge of this crater. That way we could just follow it around. That's what I want to do. Let's get these guys back out. Better solar panels. There's no point in going down and risking. We're already this close to this actual crater moving. And move up. And move over. Start making my way back down. Boom. Yeah. It's a lot easier to flip on the Mun than it is on Kerbin, but at least I wasn't so off of my whatnot. And I only tested on Kerbin on a flat ground. Right now I'm on a incline at the moment. So this is a very top-heavy craft right now above the wheels, so it should be very flip-happy, but just while I'm taking it at a rather slower pace than I did on Kerbin. Kerbin, I would easily move this at 9 meters per second. I'm doing about a third of that right now. So yeah, just following this crater around. Because I don't know why I thought it was a great idea to land that base in a four separate craters right around this base. I don't know why I thought it was a great idea to land a base there. I will find a better base location. And yeah. Basically what I plan on doing is, once I get the Mark III parts, building a better Mark III base than that base over there and sending those, but I need to make the base capable of docking with, well, these parts. So that'll be another bunch of tests before I send anything up. I'm going to set the base up somewhere else. Basically what I would do is, because I'll have the one rover, I'll just have to keep on sending the rover back and forth to separate modules, and then landing just collecting the module basically. And moving whatever I have here on the next base. like, so once I land on every single celestial body and recover from every celestial body, that's when I will allow myself to start using the actual DLC parts. So yeah. And in order to make my massive spacecraft, which I'm actually going to have the total price and the price per episode, total price, price per episode, total price that is currently in orbit for my massive craft, which is again way later. But before the other thing I said was way later. Like, the other thing is going to be like after I get that other craft in. Basically what I plan on doing is setting up so if I lose one of my Kerbals and I can't do anything about it, I forgot to quick save or whatnot, I'm going to set up basically a memorial next to what I know is the squad memorial. There's going to be a bunch of flags set up with their names, where they died, when they died, and whatnot. And basically what I plan on doing now is after I get done with this under normal, set it to the hardest difficulty ever and attempt it again, landing everything, following career mode. And basically, hardest difficulty is I'm not allowed to revert, I'm not allowed to quick save at all. So everything will have to be tested meticulously before sending up. Otherwise, I'll have a much larger graveyard than ever for what this is. But yeah, I'll basically set this into what it needs to be. Man, look at that, 5 kilometers away still. That's just because I'm following this crater around, trying to make it to that. I should have just landed it inside of a crater. But, hindsight's 2020. Hopefully, you're not hearing me breathe through the microphone, except very minimalistically. This is a 3-hour video, and all I did was recover 5 Kerbals, and the final point of sending this and connecting the modules. And I'm probably going to also create and get my electricity module to actually work before I end anything else. That's actually what I'm going to do. Because once that happens, I can start my gathering of science and everything. And yeah. So amazing thing that we have from should send, because this has a little docking port on the front. I should send and create a rover science module so that once I unlock all my science, what I plan on doing. But so basically, I'll just be able to pull up to it and dock directly to it, raise whatever gears it has, and doing it that way. Hey, one of my friends is online. Should probably turn off notifications. I'm pretty sure you saw that my friend was online. If you didn't, then I don't know what I'm worried about. But yeah. What did I not remove liquid fuel from? These are all just straight up liquid fuel. That one right there and this one right here did not have their liquid fuel drained. Oh my. I found them. Oh well. It is what it is. And now our base is over there. We're going to be running this along like that. I'm actually happy those monopropellant thrusters actually did something. honestly, I could have replaced these parts right here with Mark 1-3 command pods, and that would have given me more usefulness. And actually what I'm probably going to do, because the height changed, because it's the same height and everything. It'll be the same height and everything from the other stuff. It'll just be a little bit shorter. So I'll probably do with these command pods is replace these transition points to Mark 1 to N-3s, because this is where I want all my Kerbals to stay, is on the Kerbal side. On the fuel side, I'm going to leave them as these fuel tanks, or these fuel side. I'm going to put them as the fuel tanks, and then the electrical side, I'll leave them as the electric tanks, as the structural tanks, because I don't want anything extra getting added on to there that's not necessary. So yeah, those are edits that I will make to, so my fuel one is already, the only thing I have to do with my fuel one though is make sure my rover can actually move it, because it didn't have any issues really moving it or slowing down. It just had a little bit of, it wouldn't slow down very well with the brakes and in full reverse. So on Eve, I don't think that it will be able to slow down that well. And I also need to make sure that my monopropellant thrusters would be able to move it. So yeah. And if you haven't watched this build with this, basically why I have this set up, the reason why I have the gears set up the way they are, where I have my airplane landing gears and then the mechanical gears here, is this craft, when it's on the ground with the rover's wheels, sits lower than the docking port. The docking port on the big docking port sits lower than the one on the actual base. But I have it set up so that when both sets of gears are fully extended, it's at the same exact height. What this allows me to do is undock this rover, so this rover will just move the pieces wherever I need to move them. And I have the monopropellant on the back. That way, I will be able to, because your landing gear wheels, they can't move at all, right? They're not motorized, and I'm not using any robotics parts, which would allow me to extend the entire craft up while leaving the wheels where they are, which would have made me get rid of all the, all the landing gears anyway, the center ones, which would have made this build a little bit simpler, actually a little bit more intricate and more parts, because I'd have whatnot, but it is what it is. We'll get everything figured out. Still making my way around this big crater right here, so we get to our actual base. I definitely could have gone down and back up again. Now I'm realizing this. Instead of just going around the entire crater. Yeah, if I had the robotics parts, it would have made this a little bit easier, because I would have been able to use the struts going straight up and down, connected to whatnot. I had basically 2 struts, or 6 struts, we'll do 6 pistons across a bar where all the wheels would be, and then basically what I would have it extended, it would be extended to the height I needed it to be, and then when retracted, I would have it all the way down. That way, it'd be motorized all the way across. I wouldn't have to. Actually, yeah, it would be a lot less parts. Wouldn't have to have the RCS thrusters or any of that stuff like that. So yeah, and a lot simpler build, but I'm trying to do this in stock so anyone else will be able to replicate this. See how, hey, I never thought about that kind of thought process with the stock parts to try to get stuff to raise up and lower down. I am not the greatest at this game. I will be the first one to tell you this. There are people that are much better playing this game. I'm just building these tutorials because I don't see career mode tutorials, and I'm tired of not having any that I can see. So, some people are like, yeah, well, you don't want to ever build space stations or bases because they're pointless in the game. But no, in career mode, they're actually missions that give you a decent amount of money, which will help you build bigger and better ships. Like, people are building these massive ships, absolutely massive ships all the time. And it's like, well, in a career mode save, you wouldn't be able to just build that ship. You'd have to build up the funds for that, which is why I do these career mode, started this career mode tutorial. Oh, man. And here's this coming along. We should have right around $2 million after we get done with this expansion. So we should have $1.7 million right now. $1.4 million. We'll be short a little bit because I can only get 200,000, so about 600,000 from this. But we'll also start getting more science to unlock the science tree, because that's what we have to do. And I'll show you how overpowered these science modules actually are. I don't remember what stuff, what did what on here, but we will figure that out. Hey, welcome. I have the most amount of viewers that I've ever had before now. I'm up to 2. This is still a brand new channel. I mean, not really. It's been out for a little over a year, but I haven't done anything with it until now with all these. I did have, and I do plan on getting a computer eventually, and editing all these videos into about the 30-minute tutorials that don't have this. It will speed up the actual gameplay so that I can actually a 6-hour video does not bode well for a tutorial when you're looking at it when it's whatnot. So I'll always have the live stream, the real-time speeds and everything, but I'll eventually get the computer and start saving these videos and then editing them and then reposting them with different stuff. Let me zoom out a little bit. Still have a little ways to go before I get to my whatnot. But we are getting closer to our base, where we will expand the base. So yeah, so the last thing I will be doing after this base expansion is finishing and getting the electrical portion of the base to actually work and dock up and connect with my rover. The only issue is I think that I can't adjust the spring strength on these weaker, smaller landing gears because it's just what they are. They're preset everything, so they're not the larger ones yet. They're not the smallest, but they're not the largest. So, and hey, look at that little surface feature added in from the Breaking Ground surface feature expansion. So the Mun Arch is very close to us, by the way. And I mean, I say very close, but it'll probably take like an hour and just this rover to get there. But it's still relatively close to this actual craft, the base right here. And yeah, I never expected to see it. We saw it when we were on our landing path. We saw it because we were low enough to see it. I might either send a rover, but I think that if I do ever go to the Mun Arch, it's going to be an actual craft sent, and I will orbit around till I see it, be low enough, and then we will land at the Mun Arch. whenever. But yeah, anyway, moving towards now, we made our way around. We could have just gone through that crater. Pretty sure we would have been fine, but I didn't want to take any risks. And here we go, moving across. Decent speed. We got this guy to land. And this rover is interchangeable to all the modules. That's why I'm trying to get my electrical module to work. I've got all the electrical stuff. It is light enough for this module because it's lighter than the fuel tank, and the fuel tank is ridiculously heavy. But yeah, I mean, it's ridiculously heavy, that fuel tank. It'll be the hardest module to get anywhere, especially when I send it to you, because I need to have 4,000 units of liquid fuel on it. I won't have any oxidizer on it, but I will have the liquid fuel. Yeah. And we're coming across. We're getting closer to this actual whatnot. We'll just follow this around the crater and we should be fine. With the zoom. Moving 5 meters per second. So this thing is not very flip happy. Even though it does have a ridiculously high center of mass, it also has a wide base, so that makes it very stable when turning. I say as I almost flip it on the Mun. I should not be doing this on the Mun because I already tested the flippability of this on Kerbin, and it has a on Kerbin, which means on the Mun it's going to be much lower because the Mun has a lot lower surface gravity. But on Kerbin has a 19 meter per second flip speed, about anywhere between 18 and 20. So I know it flips at 20, and I couldn't get it to flip at 18 by pulling the tightest circle I could try to pull on it. So it's somewhere between 18 and 20 is the flipping speed when you do a sharp turn. But I'm not going to be able to get it to 18 to 20 on Kerbin without using the RCS thrusters. This is what I had to do. But I have to figure out the actual flip capabilities of this craft on the Mun. But I'm not going to do that right now because I'm trying to get this to the actual base I'm heading towards. And right now, I can do small turns like this, but trying to do a very sharp turn will get it to try to flip and everything at the speed we're going right now. Oh. Slowly making our way over. And coming back down and landing like that. Alright. We're on the other side of the crater, slowly making our way to the base. My neck is starting to hurt me. And yeah, that'll be this. Still coming along. Still coming along. And yeah. So this thing has more than 0.0 meters per second delta V, even with, fuel-wise, because it has these monopropellant thrusters and the monopropellant, so it's going to have a lot more delta V than that. The game does not calculate monopropellant unless it's a monopropellant engine into delta V. So if you have monopropellant on there and you are just outside of your delta V countouts, you have enough monopropellant to get there because your engines, I'm not talking about like 100 meters per second, but sometimes about 100 meters per second, but your monopropellant, you'll be able to get your burn done and then use your monopropellant to actually move your craft, which I did actually in an earlier video, the first Kerbal rescue video where we were rescuing Kerbals from orbits. That one right there, we actually had a decent amount of we ran out of delta V when we thought we had enough room, but we didn't have enough room to rescue a Kerbal. Oh man. And then I was like, wait a second, instead of pushing this with the Kerbal, we'll just use the delta V. We turned on our monopropellant and then used that to get into a suborbital whatnot. So if you can make it to orbit, in theory, you can make it anywhere because the Kerbals have an whatnot, because they can just reboard, refill their stuff up, and then just push your ship at 5 units of their suit monopropellant at a time. They have 500 meters per second delta V, roughly. Suits by themselves, it takes 600 meters per second to get to orbit of the Mun, so they cannot orbit the Mun on just their monopropellant thrusters. However, they can go from the surface of Minmus and get into an orbit of the surface of Minmus. That is a possibility. Which means if they're in the orbit of Minmus, they can also land on Minmus with just their monopropellant. If they're in a low orbit. High orbit, I don't know about. Low orbit, and they have a full monopropellant, they can just land themselves on Minmus. They have ridiculously overpowered monopropellant suits. There's 2 other locations that I know of, which I don't remember their names, but 2 other locations that they can do that to. Because one of these locations takes 100 some odd, so you'll be able to land and get back into orbit with just their monopropellant suits, and the other one takes 200 some odd, so I don't know if they will be able to on the other one, but or they should be able to, but being as precise and potentially getting back to their whatever craft might not happen. Alright, we're at 3.4 kilometers away from our actual base. We'll see. Eventually I might set up my camera so that you can actually see me, and then I'll have the video going on my thing, but yeah, I really don't care to do that, honestly. But we'll see. But yeah, eventually the game plan is, once I get, enough with this, I will most hardcore mode, and no quick saves, no reverts, and just do this again and see if I can actually do it with re-entry heating set all the way up. Because right now it's at 100%, but I don't know if you know this, you can set the game's re-entry heating higher than 100%. So yeah, this is under the normal playthrough, normal mode, not easy or not hard. But yeah, turn ground stations off, so I only have the Kerbal Space Center. So I'd have to really play with the geosynchronous Kerbal whatever orbit. Let's go ahead and retract our solar panels, because we're about to go over this hill, and I don't like going over hills with these solar panels extended. And since I can't repair them because Bill is not level 3, then that means I need to take extreme caution when going over hills. I will eventually, because I'll eventually, like when I get my fuel one, I'm gonna put monopropellant on my fuel one. That way I can actually refuel my rover with monopropellant. Hopefully my fuel one is the next one. I don't like how that viewing calcula is just slightly off center of the entire craft. Just slightly, ever so slightly. It angers me. It really does. Slightly to the right now. But we are making our way to the actual base where we will dock this up and continue that way. Once we dock this up, we'll gather all the science units from this location and then put them all inside the lab. And with them all inside the lab, what will happen is we will start researching the lab, get a lot of science from that, and yeah. Okay, slowly moving. The best way I found to do this is utilize time warp when gathering science. Same with fuel. Once we get our... Basically what I'll do is, once we get our base set up with whatnot, I will send a fuel pod. Basically, it's going to be completely empty, just a fuel tank. Send it down to it. And that way I can start building these crafts to be able to land and refuel on the surface of whatever body from the bases. So I will start trying to land near bases, and this will allow me to actually put more bases on whatever, and I'll also have refueling stations put in orbit of the planets. That way I'll be able to get just enough fuel to get to orbit, and then refuel and have enough to get back to wherever I'm going to. That's hopefully the plan. So we'll figure out how much delta V it requires to get off the surface of Eve, which is the hardest of the crafts to get off the surface of, or crafts planets to get off the surface of. And then, yeah, we'll go with that and set up our landers and recovery vehicles to those. But we need to get our mining rigs set up first. We can't just keep on sending fuel and refueling that via that. We can just, once we get our mining rigs set up, we'll put mining rigs along all our bases. We'll get our orbital satellites so we can find the most ore-rich areas of the planets, and that way we can fill with ore. I'll also put a rocket that'll be able to get from the surface, whatever base, to orbit and back to that surface, which wouldn't really work very well on Eve, actually. Yeah, no, Eve would be the exception because Eve's atmosphere is deadly and will destroy basically anything. So I'll just have to make my way back to the surface with all the other planets. That way I can just refuel that rocket while I'm doing everything else, and then send that up to the space station and refuel the space station that way. That's going to be my plan. And then once I build my massive multi-million-dollar craft, which I think I did the math, and the way I have it set up right now will be $280 million for Kerbal Space Program to actually do. And this is all that's just parts too. That's not the rockets to get the parts to space. That's just the actual cost of the craft. So you can probably add another $100 million to that for all the rockets and everything. Yeah, this craft is going to be huge. And hopefully, once I make it, it'll be able to go to any celestial body, refuel there, which refueling this craft will take forever, because it's going to have let's see, 9 times 5 is 45, 90, and then 5 and 5 is 25 and 50, 140. You'll have 140 Saturn V fuel tanks on it. Absolutely massive. Absolutely massive. I don't know if you know how much liquid fuel is on the Saturn V. It's 22,000 units. So what's 22,000 times 140? All right, we're moving a little bit too fast. About 140 times 140. Sorry, I did that wrong. Is 3 million units of liquid fuel, which honestly might not be enough to get where I need to go with this massive size. So yeah, I'll have over 3 million units of liquid fuel. That's a lot. That's a lot. So having refueling stations. Yeah, no. I don't think this craft will ever make it off the surface of any celestial body. I think it will explode if it tries. I really do. We'll see. We will see. That's way down. Way down. I have to have the entire tech tree unlocked in order to build this craft, so. And I might actually, put in a couple of videos of building this craft. Sprinkled into the actual build of this. But that'll mean, yeah, no. That'll be a massive build. We are on the home stretch of getting to this base. We're 1.3 kilometers away. I definitely could have just came down, because that's that crater right there, by the way. Yeah, you definitely could have just came down that crater wall and just drove over here. And you live and you learn. Let's extend these solar panels back out. Meters away, and this base will be expanded. Once this gets expanded, then it will. Yep. RTGs unlocked, and then I'll be able to replace all the electrical solar panels on everything with RTGs. I like RTGs a lot better than solar panels. They're a lot better in terms of electricity produced, because the further away from the sun you get, you still have RTGs producing power, while the closer the sun, solar panels are better. But solar panels have to be deployed or just sitting out in the middle of nowhere. We're going to have to build a lot of money up in order to get this to work. And we'll need a fully upgraded space station, so we're pretty close to having a fully upgraded space station. I think the only thing we have left is the lab, the administrative building, and the place where you can buy Kerbals, which I never buy them, but yeah, the place you can buy Kerbals with, which will allow me to have an unlimited supply of Kerbals. We are slowly making our way to the base. It's 800 meters away at 3 meters per second, almost 4. So that'll put us at 200 seconds, roughly, to getting here, or a little over 3 minutes for these Kerbals to get where they're going. And yep, slowly moving. I should put lights. I should have put lights on these rovers. They don't have any lights on them. I always forget lights. Hey, there's another surface feature. We'll go here. Have facility. So basically, one base currently supports 6. I need to get up to 11. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we'll have facilities for 13 Kerbals. But yeah. I am almost slowed down to a complete stop. I wasn't paying attention. Get back up to about 3 meters per second. Hopefully I land this thing a little bit closer next time. Kind of what I want to do. Keep this thing as close to the base as I can. The closer you land to the base, the better you get at landing right over top bases, the better. Easier expanding these bases will be. And like I said, the Munt base, it's going to be easier. So if I can move something on Kerbin, I can move it on the Munt base. It's Eve that is going to be hard to get to. Like all these, I didn't need anywhere near as many modern propellant thrusters for this to move on Kerbin. I only needed the 1 row of them, really, on both. But I realized that Eve is a bit heavier with pressure and gravity, so it's a lot harder to move on. So I added a lot more modern propellant thrusters. And yeah. And we are very close to this now. 600 meters away. can actually see the base in the distance. And we have an actual look at that, a little Mun geyser crater. Not very far away. So our Kerbals can, in theory, actually start going out now and doing stuff. And yep, moving towards, still moving towards. I like how it's trying to stage when I press X, but it doesn't have any stages, so it just makes that sound. 500 meters away. Look at that. And let's do this. See it closer, closer, coming up. Just over midnight. I'm gonna need to get some sleep. Probably do another video tomorrow because I don't think I'll be able to get one next Saturday. And tomorrow's video will be starting with just trying to get my. We'll see what we do with tomorrow. Where I am at today, honestly. Yeah. I might, once my Mun base is completed, or my Mun and Minmus bases are completed, I might just make a video of just, the Mun base being the Mun base for 20 minutes, and just have it like that. Or Minmus base, we'll see. Whichever one I think I think Minmus looks better because it's green instead of, this gray everywhere. So I think it'd be the Minmus space that I do a video of just the Minmus space without any commentary or anything. It'll just be the Minmus space sitting there. 200 meters away. I should really have put lights on these. I will. These are all things I need to address for the next few, videos or next few modules. So I'm just getting lights and stuff put where it needs to be. But yeah, once I make these parts, I can make the electrical so much more aerodynamically sound and better with the structural parts that I got in the Making History pack, but I didn't. I'm not going to until I get a land on everything. I need to do that. I need to prove that you can do it without any other DLC, which I know you can, but yeah. And then I'll do this again on hard mode. On the hardest mode you can get. Green tree heating set up to 100. I think 150% is the most it can go. We're at 100, 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 70, 60 meters. Find out where my over here, 50 meters. set this docking port as our target. 20 meters away. 10. 7. 6 meters away. Alright, so looking at this, I am slightly to the left. So all I'm going to do is take the brakes off, go back, and turn to the left. Like this. Come back a little bit more. Left a little bit more, so I can come back a little bit more. Turn to the right a bit more. And keep coming back. Go to the left a little bit more. Go to the left a little bit more. And swing this way. Alright, now go forward like that. Let's go ahead and do this. Get ourselves basically lined up with this docking port. Moving up 8 meters away, 7 meters away, and twisting hard like that. 5, 4 meters away. Now what I'm going to do is go ahead and do 3. Should be my wheels here. Should be directly on. Go to air. Docking mode, turn our RCS on, turn our brakes off, and push forward like this. And we should just clip in together and expand this base. And once that happens, successfully expanded the base. And now what I'm going to do is this. We will set 2. And then 2 again. Expand out that thing. Then do 3 to retract these landing gear. We will make sure Jebediah is not inside of this viewing copula, which he might be. Transfer crew Jebediah. It's a good thing I checked into the actual rover. Then, Action Group 4, which will decouple that rover. What I will then do is switch to that rover. Switch to Mun base plane. And now, with this, I will set my brakes. I will set this back here. I will then release my brakes and start moving backwards. And this will bring Munbase rover out from underneath my expanded thing. And then I will set this side aside, this guy aside, somewhere else. Right there is fine. Now what I need to do for these contracts is plant a flag on the Mun and then transmit or recover scientific data from the surface of the Mun. So what I'm going to do now is get a crew report crew report right here. And then Jeb is going to EVA. I'll turn the SAS off as well, so that it doesn't run out of electricity. He's going to do an EVA. He will let go. He'll turn on his lights, and he will then come back here this way. He'll then look at that base right there. He'll then turn his RCS back off. Look at us. He will plant the flag. And it will be named Base 1. And that will be the flag. I will then take a surface sample and an EVA report. Keep. I'll head back this way, because I realized that I need to put the surface sample EVA report. EVA report is 0, so we'll keep it. And in our SAS and RCS, then Jebediah will make his way to the command module of the craft. I do not like Jebediah very much, but he will be in command of this Mud Base. He is Mud Base's commander. And this is where he will stay. We'll board the Mud Base. We will review stored data. And the MUN's Midlands EVA, look at that, 0 science right here, look at this. 220 science from a 0 science recovery. The modules are very, very, very overpowered. So we will transmit the 825 units. We will add 825 science to the base. We will then do this. Observe. $690 science. We will send that to the base. We will open. Look at that. We're already over 1,000 science. We'll turn our lights on, because which is what we want, is our lights to be on. We'll log our seismic data, and we will send that there. We'll log our pressure data, and we will send it there. We will log our temperature data, and we will send it there. And then we have our mystery goo. We'll observe our mystery goo. And what is amazing, ridiculously amazing about these is I don't even need to EVA to fix our science stuff. All I have to do is come here and click on this and click clean experiments. And now it'll use some electrical charge, but not enough because the actual solar panels are providing enough electrical charge for this craft. And now our mystery goo is now cleaned. And now our science junior is getting cleaned out. We have 875 or 750 data, 578 or 750 data allowed. That's 1,400 data. We have more than enough to actually start this. 4 science a day is what we will get to get to our 750 science. Now what we're going to do is start research. We don't have enough to level up any of the crew members because they don't have enough experience. But we will start research. Basically what I can do now is I can send a lander to the MUN, get them in here, get them to board this, and then whatnot, and then they'll become level 1, and then go to Min-Mist, and they'll become level 2, and that stuff. We'll start our research. We're getting 4 science a day. So let's go ahead and do this real quick and zoom out and find a nice place to get a nice view of our flag and the lab itself and get a nice screenshot. And this is our lab. I'm going to set this time warp up, and while it's time warping, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Look at that, we already have 0.004 science. Alright, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. And now I'm back. So now with the actual MUN, the electrical stuff, I won't be doing this, running out of actual science and stuff. Let me make sure my stuff's not floating away. Sometimes stuff floats away when you're time warping. Stuff will just start floating randomly. Anyway, we'll time warp up until we have all of our science utilized. Look at that, 215 science from almost 100 data. We have over 200 science. Let's speed this up a little bit more. And basically, that's what's happening right now. It's just gathering its science data. They are researching that science right now. And we'll go down to
what we're going to do is we are going to start transmitting our science now. It's going to take a while. Not enough power to actually transmit the science data. So we will do this. And now we will transmit our science. We have just enough electricity. We have our science data. We should be able to transmit everything. Signal strength of 100. We have all this stuff. Let's see how much money do we have. Of $1.8 million now. Started out with 25,000. Now we're here. But yeah, so the science labs are ridiculously overpowered. Ridiculously, which I'm actually fine with, because that allows me to get a lot of science to continue getting these trees unlocked so I can actually go places. Highly recommend you as a newer player to actually do this. But yeah, we're at 29% uploaded, 32% uploaded. And look at that, 100%. So now we're researching again. So what we're going to do now is take that 500 science we got. Now we have 637. And let's go to the Kerbal Space Center and see what it is we actually have to unlock with our 500 science. The lab is ridiculously overpowered. You can just do exactly what I just did. I clear out all my stuff. And then basically all I'll have left is our Eve and the Moon of Eve bases to create. Oh man. Look at this. 1.6 million. Goes from 500 to unlimited for science data. 12 active Kerbals to unlimited active Kerbals for 282,000, which is what I'm about to do, because I should be actually pretty close to my 12 now. If not, add it, and they tried to do all that stuff. I don't like seeing that right there. Let's see how many Kerbals I actually have. Look at that, 202,000 to hire another Kerbal. I have 13 active Kerbals. Over my max. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's because they won't let me hire one right now because I'm over max capacity. So I'm gonna leave the complex. I'm gonna increase our max capacity just so that we're not, breaking the games, the laws of the game. Max leveled up. Let's go ahead and upgrade you. I'm gonna start needing you soon. And upgrade you again. And now these two are the last two to upgrade at 500,000 and 1 point whatever million. But anyway. 300 science to get these guys, which has, where is you? Where is you? Where is you? Right here. 300 science to unlock the heat shield expandable one. In order to get that, I need this one. 160 science. And look at this. We have the heat shield abilities to send Eve. For the last 160, let's go with this one right here. Just says this is the only usable part I'll be able to use. Do I want my Panther? probably do. But I more want my air brakes and all my wings. So I'm going to get my air brakes. That's my next one. And then we can go back to the Mun base and get more stuff until we get our tree unlocked more. This one right here has the Mun launch site. So let's see, we'll go with this one right here, the scanning tech, and this one. Not because I want the Mun launch site, because I don't know if you know, I'm not going to actually utilize them. But I want this Convertotron and that Convertotron and this drill and these ore tanks and this science stuff. Not these two because I'm not going to use them. But that science and the drills. That way I can actually make my final expansion. Which is, of course, that stuff. So anyway, let's go ahead and go back to the tracking station. So what we're going to be doing, we're going to be trying to get as much science as we can from this base location and transmit it. First off, let's go to station base plane, because it's not a plane, it's a rover, and change it to what it actually is, a rover. That was not meant to be that close to my mouth. Don't know how it happened, but it did. Hopefully you guys didn't hear my breathing too much. So look at that. It floated a little bit. It's not something I wanted to happen. But let's rename this. To make it a rover. This is exactly what this is. That's what that is. Accept that. You are a rover. You are not a plane. Anyway, let's swap to the base. Tracking station. And let's terminate the spacecraft debris. Let's go to our Mun base and do this. Like I said, I'll eventually do this with the Minmus base too and set up this stuff, but hopefully if I do this right, what will happen is I'll be able to, once I get my tech tree maxed out, which is what I want, have the bases set up, these things, and just keep sending science and whatnot, but also have it set up so that I can send science to whatever, convert science to money, and hopefully that happens. These things will be just money-making machines. So I haven't really gotten any science from anywhere except for Mun and Minmus, and I've almost got the entire tech tree maxed out. Let's go ahead and turn these lights off because they don't really need them on right now. Let me do this right here so I can see what's actually going on inside of this thing. It has a ladder, so it's meant to be set up vertically, like this right here. With all the science modules like that, the seats like that, science modules and everything. But I just have it set horizontally because that's the only way this would work with the expansion base. So yeah, let's go ahead and lights are off. I can see them there. Our electrical charge is back full. What we'll do is we'll speed up again until our science is maxed up. And then we'll transmit all of our science. We'll have this all set up, 500 science at a time. Science. Come on now. And there is the solar. We'll transmit our science. Speed that up again. Well, look at that. We already have our science sent up to us. All of our science sent to us. So now let's go ahead and just do this again and see where we're at. Go to Space Center, get our science. We have like 30 years left before we have to land a base on Eve, which I will do. Trust me, I will do. We have plenty of Kerbals. We have like 13 Kerbals right now. So I can actually fully staff this entire base right here with just the amount of Kerbals we have. But, yeah. Let's go back into our science. This should give us more science stuff. Look at this right here. The nuclear engine. Vital for interplanetary missions, which will make it so much easier. So I'll be able to build the interplanetary tug with just these. And these are starting to get to the Saturn V parts, so I won't be able to use these tanks. These are bigger structural. The inflatable airlock is another to make history. Expansion. This big shield would be amazing, actually. I really want this right here, the Rockomax. And this is a 5 meter. That's a breaking ground or making history expansion. But what I want from here. Let's finish off this section of the tree right now. And then I will finish off, get other science for this stuff. Which will eventually, look at this. This is a massive, massive crew capability. Four Kerbals versus the 3 I'm using. This has 16. And these are just liquid fuel tanks. Look at that. Liquid fuel only. So this would be great for the Eve interplanetary transfer. Itself. All of these. Cargo bays. Oh man, I can't wait. Because then I can't get these guys until I upgrade again, which will have the even more massive fuel tanks. It's a rocket. I don't want the rockets anymore. Because, well,
if I'm going to be using nuclear engines, I want just the regular old fuel tanks. So these were the largest liquid fuel only tanks you can get, which is 10,000 units. Which, honestly, if I get these, I'd be able to rebuild the entire base just to have these on it. But I'm not going to. Rover parts, look at this. The larger wheels, won't be able to use that or that, but I can get rover parts. Science, I really want to get this stuff done though too. Like, there's so much stuff I want to do, which will consist of this stuff, especially this one, because those nuclear engines, they have horrible thrust weight ratio, but they're extremely efficient. There's only one more efficient engine, and that is the ion engine. Okay, structural panels, I wouldn't be able to use any of these. I could use this one right here and this one right here because these were both stock, but I wouldn't be able to I don't know if this would actually, is part of the expansion or not, but I don't normally use the clampotrons. Jet engine stuff, which would be amazing for stuff. Yeah. So this one right here, I'll have 600, almost 700. So I'll be able to get this one right here and this one right here, and yeah, be able to build this craft that'll be able to get down to Eve and whatnot. And why I actually do the Eve landing, it will. Yeah, the Eve landing will be amazing because it'll be my first time ever. But I do plan on getting my electrical module done and fixed by the end of this video, so it actually works. And then next video will hopefully be the long-awaited return or landing onto Eve, which I'm going to send a bunch of Kerbals to Eve, only land a few of them, start sending science back. Because I'm going to want to get my Kerbals level 3. So my level 2 scientists and everything will be doing their own stuff. But anyway, back to here. Back to using time warp. So I'm 2 years in right now. 4 years in. Oh. I have till year 32. Basically, to do a lot of this stuff. Because I think what all do I have right now? Yeah, I have the 2 things that are year 32. That'll be it. Yeah. So let's go ahead and do this and gather more science. And let's check and see where I'm at. Let's go ahead and until our data is gone. So we have about 1,500 science we can still transmit, which will be 5 more of those 300 modules. It's a lot of data. So now the best way to do this would be to actually best way to do this would be do this while I'm waiting for a transfer window for whatever. I'm trying to get this So 500 days roughly to get all the science, which is just over a year. Transmit science. Speed that up some. Science is sent. And there we go. Let's go ahead and go back. And go back to Space Center. So, once I get these actual parts, I'm going to get my interplanetary stuff set up. The last two parts I need are these Mark III and the interplanetary tug stuff. And that should be plenty for what I need. And with that stuff, I'll be able to actually build better craft. Because while the orange tanks are the largest tanks, actually I don't even think they are. This is just going off of what I thought. So let's see how big are these orange tanks? This orange tank contains 2,880 liquid fuel and 3,520 oxidizer. But these Mark IIIs are super much more, like almost double. This one Mark III rocket fuel long is larger than the orange tank. So I don't know why in the world anyone ever thought the orange tanks were the largest when those Mark III tanks are actually the largest fuel tanks you can have in stock game without having these guys. Because now this tank right here, nope, not that one. This tank right here, which is what my space station is going to be built around, is the largest fuel tank now in game. 23,040. Yeah. It's large. But anyway, got my nuclear engine, because that's what I want. And then I want my Mark III stuff. Yes. I don't want this stuff yet. Don't want that yet. Don't want that yet. I want my Mark III stuff. This is the stuff I'm going to have for my transfer to Eve and my Eve stuff. So yeah, the Rapier, this is going to be for SSTOs, the large ore tanks for mining, the large probes for, well, the best command and control, and this is for electricity. So yeah. Next will be this one right here, so I can get, that stuff. But yeah, now it's time to see if I can finish my electrical stuff. Honestly, if I come here, I need to get this to actually work and see how it goes. So we'll go sub-assemblies. We're going to do the base, because that's what I want. Set this up like that. Drop it all the way down to the ground. A little too far.
Right there. Right on the ground. Okay. So now I want is not relay network. I don't even know why I still have this because I have a better relay network set up. Electrical extension. Right here. It's going to be set right there. Like that. Alright. So now what I need is these things. To move a little bit more. Now, not that much further down. Like that. Actually, that's where I think they already are. So what I'll need then is for these things, because I'm going to want to put our rover. The rover will be right here. So let's go ahead and move the main thing right here. Yep, that right there. Up. Other way. Just a hair. Not that far. To right there. Yeah, that should be fine. That should be fine. So let's move that piece up to about right there. So the reason why I'm doing this is because the landing gear does not like to stay put, basically. So what's happening is, because of the magnetics of these things, and the fact that the spring strength on these things cannot be edited, I'm having too much movement on this thing, basically. Honestly, I don't need the forward and aft things here because, well, they're not really required where they're at. With all this extra electricity, it'll make it super, super better. So what I'm going to do now is remove this rover. Don't worry, I didn't forget that this was in move and not in place mode. Goodbye, rover. I'm going to take this base electrical extension, yes, overwrite that. Yes, overwrite it. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Base electrical extension. And we will... Why are you like that? You little piece of crap. Let's move you down. Come on. All the way down. Right there. Let's rotate this so it's right like that. Now let's move you again, because for whatever reason, don't know why, you wanted to be a pain in the butt. Alright, so let's launch this. Launch anyway, it's what I want. Alright. So now we have this. It's marked as debris, but it's not really debris. We will then zoom in. Show me my rover. This is what I want. See rovers. Ah, man. Tracking station. And then we'll go to the base builder and fly the base builder. Hi there, base builder. Let's go ahead and look at our electrical charge and everything. Let's go ahead and release our brakes. It's time warp, so it's daylight out. Like that. And let's move to, well, alright, Elkie, this is our second to last one. You've been sitting inside of this thing for a while. You have to be upset. Anyway, set this to in front of this thing. Hopefully it doesn't. I might have to completely get rid of the forward and aft modules in order to get this thing to work, or docking ports on this one, because it is so light as a module. And keep going this way. A hard right turn. Like this. Look at this thing right here. Brakes on. Brakes off. Let's get it lined up. Start moving in. This, hopefully you don't get extremely, hopefully this will allow for clearance.
It's trying to dock. That's why it is messing up, because the game is trying to dock. This craft is so light, the docking ports have that much extra electrical that is trying to dock right now. Let's do this from here. We can dock right there. And I can move this craft from right here. The issue is that I can't actually do anything about this right now. Like, if I were to try to move forward, I mean, honestly, I should be able to, with this, get rid of the docking ports, basically. Because this is such a light craft, I should be able to get rid of the fore and aft docking ports. I only need the one port to actually dock with it, honestly. And then, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get rid of Adios. I'm going to try to connect it up as is. I don't think it's going to work. I really don't think that this thing will actually dock up. If it will, I'll keep it as is. And this is how we will be transporting the actual electrical module. So the way I plan on doing this is leaving everything in the cowling, in the heat shield. Why is there two docking ports now? Why is there one up top too? I don't care about... Why is there a docking port up there? It should just be single. I don't know why. Doing this with this fairing is a pain. At least I am connected at the middle docking port of my rover, so that gives me a little bit more movement control. I wanted to be connected at the front docking port with the front and the back as well, but that's just not going to happen for the simple reason of this thing is so light that this thing will crash into the surface like that and force it up. Look at that now. See, that's why I can't do this, is because it'll crash into the surface like that on slopes, which is why I can't really keep this like this. I need to figure out a way to get this to work. But how? I mean, the only thing I can see right now is only having that forward docking port, so that and only my forward docking port will dock to it. It's the only thing I can see working. Literally the only thing I can see working is doing it that way. Alright, let's come to a stop. Let's do that. And let's go with 3. Let's go with 2. Let's go with 3. Let's go with 4. Let's go with 4.
let's undock this. Goodbye docking. Alright. Let's go ahead and reverse. Move brakes, reverse on out of here. Move fast, move fast, move fast. Goodbye. Rotate out of here. Alright, so that's the only way I can see working is getting that forward docking port to be the only docking port that actually controls. So I'm going to have to get rid of the middle. I could add more mass to that too, but I don't want any fuel being on that portion. We'll see. We'll see what we have to do. This is the last, well, second to last module I need to get to work, but the most frustrating one so far. I'll eventually get this to work with it. Whatnot stuff. The Mark 3 stuff. But until then, yeah. And come to a stop over here. And this is where you're going to be going. So let's go back to the tracking station and recover that debris as it is. And do what I need to do. Once we get to our next Eve transfer window, after, you know, I make everything, that's what we're going to be doing is this craft will be what is going on with my stuff right now? Base builder. What Kerbals do you have? You have you on there. Okay. So what's going on? Whatever. Leave tracking station. This thing's being a pain. Go back here. Open auto save ship. Hopefully it doesn't mess with that landing gear like it did before. Get rid of all the docking ports, minus the most forward one, and use that as the only docking port. We will see. Docking port. Audio, same with all this stuff right here. Audios. Docking port. Audios, as long as it well as the structural stuff right here. Audios. It's gonna make it even lighter. Cause this thing only has what's the mass? It says 4 tons. The lightest of the crafts I have made for this base, by far. Alright, let's launch this. Yes. And let's get our rover on there. It should be able to do what it needs to do. We will see. Hopefully this works the way I want it to. If not, I don't want to have to put one on the back end. I don't know why it goes to a plane right away. Let's go to our tracking station. Fly the base builder. Hopefully this works. Please work. Base builder. I think that it just automatically recovered my debris as it was. Don't know why, but it did, and so I don't care. I got the money back from it, so I really don't care. This is a cheaper, so it's got less docking ports and less structural parts craft. Hopefully, with this, it will extend out and dock to the forward docking port. If not, then I'll have to adjust it down just a little bit, figure out where I need to go, what I need to do. .7 meters per second is plenty slow enough for this. Like, I wanted the 3 docking ports set up because that's how I had everything else set up. But if one docking port will work, one docking port will work, it's cheaper and everything like that. So this back like this, and whip this back like this, and slow it down, and now go in, go on in. If I do this, go on in, let's go right a little bit, and then bring it left and hit my brakes, because we're about to hit, brakes forward and to the left a little bit. That should get us right underneath that docking port without actually hitting anything. And brakes. And 3. And it docks together. Now let's go with 4 or 2. And it stays pretty well right now. Okay. That's working. Now let's see if it goes over to the base and connects to the base just perfectly fine. Get rid of my brakes. Look at all that electrical charge. 11,000 meters. Brakes on. Brakes off again. Come on. I know you guys can do it. Oh wait, that's right. Do it. I'm an idiot. It's like, why isn't this thing moving forward on its drone legs? Well, that's because it was, messed up like that. So now what I will end up doing is this. This Elke Kerman is going to be going on to, but yeah, it's keeping itself, even though it's only got one way forward. I mean, I guess because the center of mass is super forward, so those solar panels and whatnot, and that's where all the batteries are, is way up there. So I guess this makes sense as to why I could have put batteries on both forward and aft, and then just put solar panels in the middle. That would have worked, and would have made this thing a lot heavier, and would have also allowed for 3. But since the center of mass is way forward right now, I guess this is working because of where it is, and it's perfectly fine. Eventually, those solar panels will be replaced with RTGs and solar panels. That way, I would be able to. All right, it's the first time we're going at it at an angle, by the way. I normally come down here straight. We'll see how this reacts at an angle. And no explosions at 7 meters per second coming across that curve. That is good. That is what I want to see. And this thing is not wobbling at all as it's going through. The only reason that I wanted it, 3 is I could get it in line and make sure it wouldn't wobble back and forth. But since the center of mass, I think, is right above that forward docking port, where everything else, the center of mass, is right above the middle one, I think that's why it would rock that way. That's because the center of mass is so far forward and the magnetic power is trying to pull it. Because the rotation point would have been where the center of mass was. So I think that's where my mess up was. It's not perfectly centered on here, but it doesn't need to be. But what I will eventually do when I get this thing hooked up, I will save. First off, if this works, I am going to save the single docking port craft as a sub-assembly, so I can have my actual electrical whatnot set up right. But also, it will allow me to expand this, and you will see how it's going to look when it's on the base, because basically the shroud is just there to protect all the equipment from aerodynamic heating and forces of entry into whatever atmosphere is. But once it's there, once we're on the ground and we don't have the extreme heat, we don't need that anymore. Like, man, 4 tons. What is I have to look and see what
my most heavy versus the lightest thing is. Which was electrical module, it should get up to about the same speed as the other one. It's only 4 tons heavy right now, which is a lot, 8,000 pounds or like 2 of me, but still massive. I don't actually weigh, a whole lot, but I just wanted to make that joke. Anyway, running along 9.8 meters per second. So that, our surface velocity, is the accelerative force of gravity. And here we go, moving along. Whoop. We turned kind of sharp there. Anyway, moving along, all these things. Basically what's going to happen is I'm going to get the rover out. Elke's going to go into the test base, deploy the shroud, because that's what's going to happen. It's going to be delivered to the base with the shroud, and then the shroud's going to be deployed after the fact. This thing doesn't have any command modules, and if I were to deploy the shroud without it being connected to the base, what would happen is, in theory, it would damage the rover in actuality. But I don't want that. Let's look at that 50. That's where all my extra fuel is. Alright, I'll have to drain that and resave that, because I don't want extra fuel. There's no point in me having, I guess there is. I could have fuel on here, but on the way over, I don't need it. I could use, basically what I could do is use just this for the liquid fuel for our nuclear engines, and then have a liquid fuel oxidizer tank thing. And I could build my rockets to have little ports, basically, that I would be able to use this. I'd be able to drive this up to the port with the forward docking port, raise the gears up, or lower the gears down, so this raises up, and then it'll dock, transfer all the liquid fuel I can from here to whatever, and lower it back down. Because I have, what is this? 50, 100, 150, 200, 400, 600, 700, 800, 900, 1,000. I got about 1,000, maybe 1,050. Liquid fuel, 1,100 right there. Sorry, never mind. 1,100 liquid fuel locations. So I'd be able to fill this up with liquid fuel from whatever base, if it's just a liquid fuel, and just transfer over at 1,100 units at a time. Wait, that's going to be the graveyard, by the way. The squad. You want to put a squad monument up? I'm going to put a graveyard right next to it. That's just what I'm going to do. Looks like a headstone anyway. But, like I said, you're going to want your bases built symmetrically, so the lighter stuff by the lighter stuff, heavier stuff by the heavier stuff. Hopefully my ISRU is going to be pretty light. If not, then yeah, I'm just going to have this electrical stuff. So my mining module will be basically this right here, except set up in a way that has the actual mining module in the middle, the drills on the forward end, and then the on the back end is going to be the ore tanks, and in between them, so on the other side of the ISRU is going to be the thermal plates nestled inside of there to help regulate thermal temperature of the drills and whatnot. Because each one can do 4, and I'm only going to need 3 whatnot. So if I have 2 of them, basically if they both work on the 4, it'll regulate the heat off of multiples, and then as they're connected out, the more ISRUs I have connected, the faster it'll gain its ore. Also, if I land in an ore rich area, which I will show you how to do, then that's what will happen. We'll land in a very ore rich area and then start mining ore. Still making our way to the base. Like I said, and I plan on having multiple bases, so this is going to be the Mark 1 base. This is what we have right now, which is what will be here. I should be able to actually make a Mark II base now with a different rover, because I'm going to need a different rover for Mark II base, because this Mark II fuselage, the Mark III fuselages are a lot larger than than these right here. So the rover wouldn't fit underneath so nicely. So unless I do some offsetting and stuff and whatnot, I wouldn't be able to get it to very efficiently move to this. So basically what I plan on doing now is making a rover this will be a lot easier this way. I'll have a rover set up on each of these bases basically, and I'll make the entire base with the drilling units and everything. Like I'm not making the Mark II base until I get the drilling units set up and everything. So I'm gonna have a Mark I base on Eve, more than likely. Yeah, I will. I'll have Mark I base on Eve before I even get the Mark II base set up, which I will send a Mark II base to Eve, because I want the Mark II bases set up. Like this is, let's see, the 9th. This is a Mark 9 Mark I base extension for the electrical. So it's the 9th iteration of, I think it's 9th. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's 9th iteration of the electrical module for the Mark I base. So it took me 9 attempts so far, I think I'm on, of different orientations and everything, which I didn't change a whole lot, honestly. And the Mark IIs are going to have, basically, I'm not going to build the Mark IIs until I have basically the entire tech tree unlocked. So I'm going to want the nuclear ISRUs. I'm going to want the expanded by multiple ways. There's a lot of stuff I'm going to want from this. And yeah, I think I'm going to add Communitrons, better communication equipment to this, in order to get it, better. And then I'll want the best communication equipment I can have on this thing, basically. So anyway, we are coming up onto our actual base right now at 8.1 meters per second. Or I'd say so 20 meters per second is about 23 miles an hour, or 28 miles an hour. Look at that. I'd say right now we're going about 8 or 9 miles an hour heading towards this thing, which is pretty decently fast. So let's slow it down some. We can slow it down by multiple ways, by turning sharp or by whatnot. Alright, so let's get this thing connected. But basically what's going to happen is this thing will be connected here. And let's go ahead and raise our gears up. Be connected here. I'll show you, this is how I'm going to deploy it when it's on the bases and whatnot. So get connected here. I'm going to need to go back some. So let's go here to docking mode. Get rid of the brakes. I need to go back some. Like this. And rotate this way. Come on now, come on now, come on now. Oh, let's do this right here again. We'll turn our RCS back off because I don't want it on right now. We'll go back some and rotate this way so we can get it lined up. So basically what I want is to be able to be facing directly towards the target and prograde directly towards the target. So I can set that as target like that. Go directly back like that. Like this. Whoop. And then rotate it back this way. A little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, and rotate. Now, I'm still a little bit to the left. So come back a little bit more. And rotate. And come to a stop. So what I'm going to do now is move forward and rotate to the left. Rotate to the left while moving forward. And now we will basically turn it hard left. And I'm just using my eyes on this right now. Come to a stop. Hurry up. I'm just estimating where it is I'm going to need to be with this. RCS on. And brakes off. And now start rotating this way. Rotate this way. Come on, rotate and stop. This doesn't want to rotate. Let's go ahead and gear it down. Staging mode. RCS off. Brakes off. Move a bit closer like this. And then rotate like this. Rotate like this. Overshot it a little bit. And rotate like this. Rotate like this. And rotate like that. And brakes. And 3, because that's my oh no, did you just freeze on me? It just froze on me. So anyway, thank you for watching this video. The PlayStation is freezing on me, so I won't be able to actually do my action group. Won't be able to get my start menu or anything, so I will see you guys later. I will close out of this. Yeah, hopefully we can finish this up on the next video tomorrow. Yeah, I plan to do one tomorrow. And yeah, so I gotta clean up my house, or my apartment, pack for my trip, and then, yeah, be ready to go basically.